Give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. Must shit, juice shit, set a feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Woke up in the morning, sleepy eyes yawning. Jumped out of bed, started the day, opened the curtains. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face. But something was missing, I needed my job to chase. Give me coffee.
Good morning and welcome back, my friends. Coffee in the morning, some sunshine coming through my window, and my true crime buddies. That's my jams. Good morning, Sinead. Welcome back in, Butterfly. Welcome back. Oh, goodness, guys. Is that Karen Reed trial ever going to get underway? They were supposed to start today, but I don't think it's going to be starting. They're still trying to seat jurors or what will be alternates, I guess. We're going to take a look at a little quick news update. Welcome back, Asha. Thank you for coming back in. I got my cup of coffee, guys. Getting ready. So we made it through 6 of the state's witnesses yesterday, and I think they only had like 9 left to begin with when we started up yesterday. I'm not positive. I'm pretty sure it was 9. We went through the medical examiner yesterday, the Social Security Administration Inspector General guy, the representative from Banner Life Insurance, the forensic firearms scientist, Jeff Moberg, and then 6 was the detective from Chandler PD Homicide Unit, Cassandra Yunklin. We heard from her. Lori doesn't have a whole lot for some of these people on cross, so that kind of makes it go a little quicker. So if they only had 9 left to go and they did 6 yesterday, we only got 3 left for the state. And I believe they did say yesterday that they think they'll wrap up by Thursday, which today's Tuesday, so today or tomorrow maybe. I'll be popping in and out, getting ready, dinner ready. You're good. Thank you, Sinead. When the way the time zone is for Arizona and the way the live stream ends for me, it's always around dinner time around here. And I don't have to cook every night. My grown son's fine with fixing him and his son dinner or whatever. But a lot of times I do. So sometimes I'll have my phone in there with me in the kitchen and I'm prepping for dinner while we're doing the trials. I'm like a multitasking freak. Bamboo. We all need some of them damn strong bamboo clothing, don't we? Lori was trying to drive that point home with that damn bamboo shirt being so strong, and all that would have made a factor into where that bullet lodged and all the things. Ma'am, you didn't even call in a bamboo expert. Does she even know what real experts are, guys? And then she's still trying to get her expert in that she filed late to get in. I do have this. Now, this is a screenshot here from that Nate put up, but this is also, and it's a little bit blurry, but this is from the defense filing with all the names of Lori's witness list, the defense witness list. Butterfly. I haven't personally taken one while I'm streaming, but I've taken them while others were streaming and took them to the bathroom with me. How messed up is that, right? Hey, we got to do what we got to do. We don't want to miss shit. So anyway, and we can't just sit around without bathing, right? Good Lord. Lori's defense witness list, she has herself on there. We still don't know if she's going to call herself or not. That's still up in the air. This one was very confusing to so many people. Any and all individuals who have spoken with any witness, custodian of records, or any and all. So she means every single person ever involved with the case. There's a possibility you might get called. Okay, Lori, can you name each individual involved in the case? Nate Eaton, of course, he was struck. Um, this one was, how did they pronounce it? Valicia. She was Tylee's friend. Then there is a Gabriella. Gabrielle, guys, it's so damn blurry. Bonilla. Don't know who that is. Joseph Pungratz and Ashlyn Rind. Barry Cox, which is her father. Zachary Cox, her nephew, who is his dad is Adam. Adam Cox is on her list. Her mother, Janice Cox, and her sister, Summer Shiflett. Brandon Boudreaux, who she's up next for attempting to murder, he was struck from the list without prejudice as well. So she intends to call her mommy, her daddy, and her sister, and her brother and her nephew. And then I'm not sure who the other folks are that are listed. It's going to be crazy when if she does call her parents up there. What will she ask them? What will Barry reveal about himself and how much of his daughter lives? How much of Barry lives in Lori? That's what I want to know. I think there's an awful lot of Barry living in Lori. If you want to get all psychological about it, which I can in like 2 seconds flat, y'all. What? What about y'all got dogs and cats? Y'all talking about your personal dogs and cats? I have a dog and a cat. Cats were by accident. The dog is technically my grand dog. So are the cats, actually. Y'all, I had a cat. Well, one of my sons had a cat. I let him get a cat. My niece, her cat had kittens. I let him pick one out. So we kept him. He ended up deciding he's going to be like the biggest tomcat in the entire neighborhood. So 3 a.m., his calling card would start meowing like nobody's business. He wanted to go outside. One day I go outside and I'm walking around my car and I hear 2 meows. And I'm like, did I just hear 2 meows? I should have only heard one. My cat only came home when he wanted to eat. So I turn around. Here comes my cat. He's really beautiful. Right behind him trots a little kitten that looks just like him. I was like, holy cow, he done drug up his son. And it's weird because I live way up in this rural. You got 22? Well, I live way up here in the rural area. So apparently there's a lot of feral cats out here, right? And what they do in this county is they'll round them up and they'll take them back and they'll fix them and do all the things to them and give them shots and they bring them back. Well, this little kitten, once my cat brought him up, I'm in the backyard one day and he shows up in the backyard and he jumps in my lap. And he's little, so I'm just petting him and I'm looking at him and I realize he has a little mark on his belly. Then I realized his little ear is cropped. I thought, okay, the county done rounded you up, took care of your business, and brought you right back out here. Of course, my grandson puts into keeping the thing, and they did. But guess who takes care of him? But he's beautiful. I call him the pole barn kitty because he stays outside. Well, the same son that had the tomcat, he ends up living at his dad's for a while because he lived closer to school. Then he ends up moving back in with me for a while and brought his other cat with him. And then he ends up moving back over to dad's because of school again and leaves the other cat with me. So yeah, why am I collecting my kids' animals, y'all? Yeah, they got a good home here. I have a way with animals. I had my oldest dog, well, my second, my dog passed away a few years ago when she was like 13, and I decided that then I was done with animals. I took care of shit all my life. I'm like, I want to go camping. I want to go fishing. I don't want to worry about a dog, all the things. I didn't get any more animals. Well, Didn't work out for me. Now I got 3, but I wouldn't trade them for anything really. I don't know about 22 cats though. That's a lot. That's quite a bit. The lady across the street from me come over here complaining about my one little male cat one time until I set her straight because she accidentally let it slip that she had like 20 of her own. And I looked at her kind of funny and I was like, huh. I said, I wonder if my one cat is drawn to your home because you have 20. And she just looked at me all funny and she never came back with her business. It's like, stay over there, cat lady. Stay across the street. Yeah, you can't help but feed, right? That little one showed up. We weren't going to turn him away. My cat brought him here for a reason. He's like, come on, son, I'll take you to a good place. He's the only one he brought home. I don't know how many actually came out of that little litter, but it was so funny that he ended up looking just like. And then my male cat just disappeared one day and never came back. But my dog thinks that these cats are like her toys. They don't really they tolerate her. Um some days they put up with her, but some days they're like, "Come near me, dog, and you're done." It's so funny. One of my cats lives and one lives inside. All right, guys, we'll watch a Karen Reed update real quick while we're waiting. Um, Again, thank you all for coming in and tuning in with me. We'll get in day 6 today. Um, we'll see how far we can get with this trial. I'm assuming Miss Shorty will be in later. It's like early in the morning for her, so she'll be just getting up here soon. She will drop her link here soon as well. She's supposed to do some recaps for us at night. She has the next, I don't know, I think like 10 days off. Good for her. But she's going to be streaming at night, giving us those Karen Reed recap updates and giving us her take on everything. And I can't wait because she did view the first trial. She knows all the players, she knows all the facts. So I love listening to someone that does know a lot more than I do because I don't know enough, I'll be honest. But as soon as Lori's trial is over, we will start covering and carrying the Karen Reed trial because I'm really interested in it. I know a lot of you guys are as well. Okay, let me get the screen switched out for us, guys. Sorry. Oh, wait. I gotta do it. I forgot that is actually. I'm like, where's my thing? Let me add me back. Okay, now I got this. Now, this was like 32 minutes ago, so I'm assuming it is as up to date as I was trying to find as the most up to date piece that I could find. I don't like clicking on something and it's like, 2 days ago. I'm like, that's bullshit. That's not real time updates. Give them to me now. So this one apparently was.
Well, jury selection appears to have stalled in the Karen Reed case. 16 jurors are seated, but a few more are still needed before opening statements can begin. And now we are getting an idea of how each side plans to argue their case. Our Minash Kangwari is live outside Norfolk Superior Court and has details. Minash?
Well, the prosecution has informed the court they want to use statements Karen Reed made during media interviews and documentaries. In fact, they've also informed the court that they plan to use some statements Karen Reed's parents made, and they plan to use this evidence right out of the gate. In a new motion filed today, they say they plan to play these recorded statements during their opening statements. But of course, before we hear all of that, we first need to seat a jury. And right now, 16 people are seated, 8 men, 8 women, but more than 500.
So, wow, that's kind of crazy, right? Let me make that screen better for you guys. Sorry. I knew there was, communications between Karen and her dad, but each side's got to have a whole new approach, or they're going to end up in the same place they did last time. So, what will those approaches be? I couldn't tell you because I don't even really know what their first ones were, but I do know enough to know they need to have a different one. So, they're planning to use videos with her parents and things that were said during their opening arguments. casting shadow of doubt on Karen. Is that what they're doing?
50 people have been brought into the court, screened and questioned if you count today. Reed and her team do not seem to be overly bothered by this process. Yesterday telling us she's okay with how things are going. And I should mention they are still waiting on the U.S. Supreme Court to decide if it wants to hear Reed's lawyers argue why Karen should have 2 of her 3 charges dropped. They claim jurors in the first trial voted to acquit Reed of second-degree murder and leaving the scene of a crash resulting in death, but that vote was never revealed to the court, resulting in a mistrial. So they've asked the Supreme Court to weigh in, and the Supreme Court will decide if it wants to weigh in at a hearing next week. But today, jury selection continues, and we, of course, will keep you updated. For right now, we're live here in Dedham. Manoj Kungwari, NBC 10 Boston.
And keep in mind, NBC 10 Boston is your source for Karen Reed's second murder trial.
No. That would be Miss Shorty. Sorry there, sir. That's Miss Shorty. We're YouTubers. We're not. We only borrow y'all from time to time. Crazy stuff. I don't understand why it takes so. I mean, I get it. They didn't change venues, blah, blah, blah. Everybody's heard about the case. Still, come on. You only got 2 more people. Go pick them out of the next county. I don't care where you pluck them from. Just get them. Get busy. Butterfly, we didn't see Forrest yesterday, did we? I need to reach out. I'll email him, because I thought about him yesterday. Sometimes he gets busy, and I know he does have some things going on at home occasionally. So, hello, Flip-Flops. Welcome in. Good to see you. Everybody, she told me one day I could call her Flip-Flops, guys. So I call her Flip-Flops. Y'all call her, everybody else calls her Sutays. Is that what y'all are? Is that how you say it? I call her Flip-Flops. I assume you are a girl. I assume everybody is, because I am, unless it's so obvious. But I don't want to offend anybody, I just go by your names. But I appreciate everybody being here. Anybody have thoughts? So how many of you have followed the Karen Reed case? Like, I'd love to know. I've never really polled you guys on that to see where we stand as a community. I know I'm pretty familiar with the couple that do follow. I know Firefly, like I said, she watched the first trial. Butterfly, did you kind of loosely follow the Karen Reed as well? I don't know which ones of you followed it, watched the trial, or any of that. All right, yay, I didn't get it wrong. Hoo-hoo. I may not always be politically correct or whatever, know the right things. So, yeah. It is what it is. Let me go take a peek at the court feed, guys, and make sure that we are still on track with all of that. You haven't much followed it, Firefly? Shit, Butterfly, I had it right the first time. I followed it loosely, but I'm curious about it, because why a second trial? The jury couldn't get to a conclusion the first time around. Then there's inconsistencies about what the jury found and what they didn't find. And I'm like, how the hell did it get there? I understand Murdaugh and what all went on, how that all unfolded. I understand Delphi and how that unfolded and, why it got where it got. Karen Reed, I'm not sure about. It's like you can't trust the entire state, town, the city, a person. I'll never go there in my life. I'll never step foot in Delphi either, but okay, Law and Crime is showing the outside of the courtroom as usual. We can go troll some Twitter feeds in the meantime. Is it all girls in chat? More than likely, because my YouTube analytics tell me that most of my viewers are women. And they're mostly my age. So, welcome in, ladies. We have a voice on the damn YouTube. Thank you. Where'd it go? There it goes. It's that way. Depending on where you go, right, Carrie? And that's why these channels that dig in one side or the other, and you can only be here if you're on one side or the other. I don't mind pushback and different opinions. come in with your asshole bullshit, that's different. But yeah, it shouldn't be that way. Here, I don't care if you guys think she's innocent or guilty. Every thought is welcome. I think there's a real good chance, not knowing much, that maybe she, and I always thought that, maybe the chick did back over the dude, didn't see him, didn't feel it happen. It wasn't that, whatever. It wasn't that hard of a hit. He probably died from the cold. And if she did do that, I don't think it was intentional. Therefore, you completely overcharged this woman and then decided somewhere to take it all off the rails. I don't even fucking know what happened after that. I'd have been like, excuse me, that charge is a little steep, isn't it? For an accident? Because couldn't it have been just an accident? I mean, by their all accounts, they were all drinking and drunk, driving and all the things. You can't trust them drinkers, man. They don't know what's going on a lot of times because they're drinking. And that's just truthful. That is awesome because everybody's always got these unique names on YouTube, right? And I love them and they're all different and I love the crazy ones. So there you go. Flip Flops is explaining the name. We got you. All right. Flip Flops it is. Yeah, Carrie. I mean, right. I mean, can't people just have conversations about what they perceive? And we're all going to perceive things differently. Now, if we're all like minded, there's going to be a lot of things we perceive the same, and some things we perceive the similarly, and some things we don't at all. Two people can watch the same exact thing or hear the same thing and each walk away with a whole different take. Even some of that, like, take for instance the 911 calls in Idaho. Everybody was hearing it differently. I'm only going to be able to hear what I hear. Some people in Delphi will tell you there's definitely a gun racking in that 43 or that little bridge guy video down the hill. I can tell you I don't hear it. I hear leaves crackling. But people have tried to convince me I hear a gun. But I don't, you know. You can only hear what you hear. You got what? What do you mean? Let me go back up. I gotta know the whole conversation. I done missed it. Are y'all putting your ages behind your name? I'm reading comments, guys. That's why I'm silent. Hey, girlies. Hey, girl. Hey. Carrie. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, me either, Asha. If I drink, here's the honest opinion. My grandmother was an alcoholic, and I loved her to death. She was an amazing grandmother. Ah, yeah, yeah. But she was an alcoholic. She died young, and it wasn't pretty. All the things. If I drink, it's like one mixed drink around the campfire with my sister in the summer. We're talking Florida heat on top of that in the evenings, right? Or maybe went out on the boat, and that's it. I don't like that. When you're too intoxicated on alcohol, you don't think straight. I don't give a shit what anybody tells you, right? Y'all know. Y'all know. Anybody, and people just can't say alcohol doesn't change them. Hell no, 64 ain't old. I'm not there yet, but I'm getting closer every day. Not quite 60 yet, but I'm getting closer every day. Butterfly's old name was Butterfly 71. But y'all, she's not a super old lady, I promise. Is 71 even super old these days? My dad was getting around pretty damn good at 71. Shit, he's beyond that, and he still gets around better than I do sometimes. Y'all know what? I always felt like age was society's problem and not mine. Like when I was 28, I thought one day, am I supposed to feel depressed at 30? Like, ew, am I really supposed to feel that way? 30 came and went, and I was like, oh yeah, I never felt depressed. Never even, I felt good, right? Then 40 came, and I felt amazing, even though I had a brand new baby. 50 came, I didn't give it a second thought. I'm getting close to 60, and it just doesn't mean shit to me. It's not something I think about often as my age. Yeah, when I was a kid, young adult, teenager, I would drink and party right along with the best of them, right? But I had my first child at 21 years old, and by then I'd done been into a whole bunch of bars I shouldn't have been able to get into, drank a whole bunch of alcohol, and was just done with it. Like, I got a baby, and what if I get drunk at home or have a few drinks and something happened? Would I handle it properly? Would I be able to call 911? Would I be able to hold my shit together and care? What if my baby fell down, run across? I just could not do it. Like, nope, not drinking and taking care of this baby. So people are gathered outside the court. Y'all, do we see Joe Schmo in there mix anywhere? Let me blow this up. I need a coffee break first. Girl, Asha, 57. I think my eyes were 70. I'm not even gonna lie. They're going into the courtroom now. My eyes are horrible. And I'm so bad because I broke my glasses. I've been wearing these damn cheap Dollar General readers. That's like the only store near my home. Yeah, too lazy to go to the eye doctor. I know I'm not doing myself any good either. So, gotta go, gotta go. I need to make the appointment and quit bitching about it, right? Hurry up with your trial, Lori, so I can get to the eye doctor. Sometimes it's hard to see this computer. That's not like, so this is Maricopa County Courthouse. And it's just not like I don't know if they're all waiting to go into the Daybell, Daybell, whatever the fuck her name is, trial or what. I think so. He was born in the 1900s. You know what? I was joke because I was born in what they call the Summer of Love, 1967, right? Hippies. But my parents weren't hippies. They didn't know nothing about no fucking Summer of Love. They were country people, right? But I always say that. I'm cool because I was born in the Summer of Love. Joe should be in there. Let me check. Let's go troll Twitter, guys. Hold up. That's what we were going to do. I got sidetracked talking to y'all. Let's go see what Joe and Gigi have to say. Joe has not texted me, and he dipped out of chat, I think, because he was in earlier when we did the Delphi stuff. We came on briefly and covered that for just a minute. I'm still processing that shit. Okay, let's go see if we can find. Let me look at Joe's real quick, guys, and see what he says. Oh, he got a really good picture of the courthouse pinned. Let me go pull him up. We're trolling you, Joe. Okay. JS Media. He says, on the outside of the Maricopa County Superior Court South Tower, The first duty of society is justice. We are here on day 6 of the murder conspiracy trial of Lori Vallow Daybell, seeking justice for Charles Vallow. Justice for Charles. Stay tuned for real-time trial updates. And there's the courthouse. Okay, Butterfly, thank you. You're good, and be safe while you're out and about. So then it looks like 4 hours ago he posted up, guys, that's right, Joe's recaps tonight, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 Eastern. He'll be on with Trial TV doing their nightly recaps there. Other than that, he has not posted. So let's go see what Miss Gigi's got to offer. Where you at, Gigi? Let's see if Nate does. 43 seconds ago, Nate says, back in courtroom, it's day 6. There are a handful of public seats open, but a lot of spectators here again today. Lori Vallow Daybell must, I think it's a typo, us walked in wearing a black jacket and black pants. All right. No hair updates yet, but we know she's wearing black jacket and black pants. I'm assuming we got the same Lori hair that we've always seen for years. Okay. And I'm not shading her because I got the same hair I've had for years. My daughter-in-law said to me one time, out of the blue, she looks at me dead in my eye and she's like, Mom. I was like, what? Are you ever going to change your hairstyle? And I looked at her all puzzled. I'm like, in my late 40s, early 50s or whatever by then, and I'm like thinking, no. And I'm like, why? Is it that bad? And she's like, it just needs an update. Okay, girl. I love that girl. Nothing. All right, so this here we're about to go watch, guys. This is Rexburg Police Detective Ray Hermosillo and Eric Wheeler. I was going to look at Gigi's real quick. Let's do that before we go take a look at that interview. But they worked the Idaho case. They were very prominent in the Idaho case, and Lori does not like that guy at all. She doesn't like him, and he knows it. Pretty lies and alibis. Where you at, girlfriend? Come here. I started following Gigi back during the Murdaugh stuff. Okay. Now she posted about the same thing that Nate posted about an hour ago about it not being, it's not as full in the waiting room today. So yesterday morning was a full house. So not as many present today as there was yesterday. Oh, Bonnie Bailey, welcome in and thank you for becoming a member. You are now a lead investigator. Thank you for your support. We appreciate that. I do. Okay, so like I was saying, guys, this is a Detective Hermosillo. I think that's how you pronounce his name. And he is one of the Idaho detectives, I believe out of Rexburg Police Department, him and Mr. Wheeler. And there was an interview. They came to the trial, right? And, oops, sorry. I hit the wrong button. So they are not a part of this investigation. Okay. They're not part of this investigation, but they came here to support Colby and Kay, which is amazing. All right, let me get this up for you guys. And I'm going to start it and run grab that fresh coffee, and I'll be right back.
Daybell representing herself as someone who has worked this case in Idaho.
It's interesting. It's kind of what I expected it would be. I watched a little bit on TV, but I'm just down here to support Colby and Kay and be here for those guys.
As someone who knows Daybell well, what is it like to watch her act as her own attorney and cross-examine people?
Like I said, it's kind of what I expected. I've listened to her speak before. I kind of know kind of the way she is, and so to hear her and to hear the things she's saying, some of it's surprising just on areas on what she's going towards and the questions she's asking, but overall I think that's Lori.
Why was it important for you to be here to support people like Colby?
Because we've been through this together for 5 years. I've gotten to know Colby really well. Kay, Larry, everybody. So I'm just here for them, and I think it's important. They need to know that.
Justice is something that law enforcement works towards. What would it mean to see justice here in Arizona?
I mean, it's all part of the same thing, right? From Idaho to here. And so it was important for us to get justice there. I think it's just as important here.
What was it like being in there on the other side? Like, this isn't your case, you're kind of there as an observer.
Right. I was hoping it would be a lot less stressful, but you still kind of have that anxiety, and you still feel for the victims and the family that have to kind of hear that and go through all that again. And we wanted to come down to support, I think Ray mentioned it, I think we wanted to support the law enforcement here because they supported us in Idaho, and the victims and their families, and get the justice that we feel like they deserve.
Was there anything that stuck out to you about today?
No, I was really interested to see how it was, with her representing herself, how that was going to go, and some of the stuff's really hard to listen to, and so, but nothing that was like shockingly new to me, but just kind of interesting how that her defending herself's going.
I knew that.
Oops, that bled into when I write it. I have a playlist that went right into the next video. I do intend to show a portion of that. Did you guys get a chance to go over last night to Difficult Research, Kresh's channel, and catch that interview with Kay? I had dropped the link into the chat for you guys to go over and give it a view and give it a like, because I didn't want to play it yet without sending you guys over there to do that. But I do want to play a small portion of that, because Kay paints a picture of what it was like to live knowing people around you were being unalived, right? And nothing was being done yet. There was suspicion everywhere. So I was going to take a look at that. But though I wanted to show you guys that interview with those detectives. I think it's pretty cool of them to come down and support like that. Lori, from what I report, I think it was Nate reported that Lori did not care for that at all when she walked in and saw that detective sitting there, Hermosillo, because she labeled him dark when over in Idaho. He's dark. He's dark. We're all dark. No, Lori, that'd be you. And every time, I swear, I promise you from here on out, every time my mind thinks of Lori Vallow Daybell, I'm going to picture Kay Woodcock sitting on that witness stand. No, and you didn't tell me. That's some epic shit that needed to happen. Like Larry said, 6 years in the making. Okay, so let me pull this up and show you guys a piece of this. Kresha and Kay are they're us, okay? They are down-to-earth people. They always struck me as that. I have not known Kresha as long as I've known of her parents, right? Kay and Larry are someone I have followed on social media for a very long time. Very approachable, very nice people. Kresha is the same way. They talk like us, they act like us, it's us, right? Damn it, I keep hitting the wrong button. They can be our family. Okay, let me pull it up the right way. Okay, so we're going to play a little bit of this. Thank you, Butterfly, for dropping that link. You guys go over when you grab a chance, and hit the like button and find this video and hit the like button on this video. Showcase some love and support. And, I left a message there that this community supports her. So I support Kresha. That healing journey is a struggle. You know what I mean? And she wears her heart on her sleeve. And I love that about her because it's beautiful. And that's going to help her get through a lot of what she's dealing with. So let me pull the screen up and play a little bit of this. And Kay's going to talk about what it was like living at the time with this stuff, through this.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it was just. He said, "I couldn't wait to call you. I had to finish my whatever already done."
What she's talking about right there, she had had a conversation with Brandon Boudreaux. They connected, or in the early on, and developed a friendship, and that's what she was speaking of. So I do encourage you guys to go take a look at the whole thing when you get a chance.
I just couldn't wait to call you, and I'm
I
like,
want you
thank
to tell
you.
I want you to tell people though what you were. I mean, you've said it before. What you were having to do or felt you had to do because they're at large and you don't know who they're going after. And come to find out, you end up being a demon named Rhonda.
Rhonda.
So Chad and Lori were not arrested yet, and Kay had done found out that Lori had labeled her dark and named her Rhonda.
All names. I
Help
mean,
me, Rhonda. Help me.
I
Help me,
just,
Rhonda, right?
Pressure.
Let's give you a cool zombie name, damn it.
yeah, like Veronica or Elizabeth.
Oh my gosh. Right. Coming soon. Oh man. So what were you having to do? And that surprised me. It bothered me a great deal when I heard you say this. I don't even remember where you said it, but what were you having to do to protect yourself?
Oh, while I didn't know where Alex was,
Alex,
I had carried around a pistol around my house from room to
house.
room. I had a great big seamless, probably 6 feet
Picture
wide
window.
and probably 3 feet tall, I guess. I don't know for the dimensions,
Your
but
pistol?
anyway,
No.
it's really big.
Her
And
window.
it went out, it looked out at my backyard, and
Mhm.
we didn't have it covered at all because it just was in the backyard. And
Mhm.
so, but I was like, Larry, we've got to get this covered. And I don't know why we never did, but even at night,
Yeah.
like I would be up watching TV, I would keep my gun with my pistol with me, and I'd go in the living room, and I would always sneak down, lay down on the sofa where you couldn't see my head over the top,
Oh,
and I would watch TV that way. I was
oh my
like,
God.
and I'd have my pistol right there. If he comes out, I'd blow his head off. That would have been a good thing. I think I would have been okay doing that.
Damn, there it is, guys. Kay, yes, ma'am. I love it. Um, like I said, I don't want to play the entire thing, but I wanted to play you a portion of that and see what she had to go through, right? What she was thinking in her mind. Alex wasn't deceased yet. Lori wasn't apprehended. Chad wasn't, right? The damage that they caused. Lori doesn't get it, does she? The fear they invoked in people, right? Their K is, you are supposed to be, your home is your freaking sanctuary, right? This is my safe place. That's what it's supposed to be anyway. I have a large dog that is going to do her job. She's not a big barker, but she will bark if something's amiss. I have means of protection, all the things. Don't come knocking. You think you're safe at home. Here she is having to sneak around her home, carrying a weapon in case Alex is out there lurking. That's bullshit. You have to sneak over to the couch and lie down so your head can't be seen from the window. My God, right? Genuine fear is just, and it's just frightening. And I've never heard Kay talk like that. I've never heard her say that until I was watching that live. And it's like, it gave me chills. I was like, man, that's one thing you don't think of when you're watching these cases unfold, right? You get to, I've heard a lot of interviews with Kay and seen Kay be very open about a lot of things. I've never heard her speak of that. If she has somewhere else, I just haven't heard it. But it was really eye-opening as to what they were living with, right? And can you imagine what she felt, all thinking about all of that she was experiencing, sitting there facing Lori the other day in court. Mm-hmm. When she heard, like Larry said, when Larry said the phrase that the granddaughter said, "Oh boy, Grandma just said, oh boy." That told me everything I needed to know. We all know what it means when Grandma says something, right? A certain phrase that Grandma always says. When that girl heard her grandma say, "Oh boy," she knew it was on, and Lori better watch out. It is rough. Very rough. They've had to endure a freaking lot. We're on the third murder trial. Third. Kay's lost 2 biological family members, plus they count Tylee as family. Attempted murder on Brandon, who worked closely with Kay to help make sure these people go down for what they did. They tried to destroy, not only take Brandon's life, but destroy his wife, his family in the process, right? He had to get divorced. He had to fight for his kids. All this crazy shit these people did. And she expects to waltz into court with her flailing blonde hair. And do y'all notice she stands funny? Is it just me? Is it because of that shock belt? She stands kind of cockeyed a little bit. Like, I don't know what it is. I look at it every day and I can't help it. It's very noticeable to me. And I don't want to interrupt and say it during the damn stream. I'm going to check the feed, guys, and see what's going on. They're still showing the outside of the courtroom here at the Doomsday Cult Mom. I've never called her the Doomsday Cult Mom. I don't think I've ever named her that in one of my thumbnails. Because she was so much more than a doomsday mom. Doomsday, a prepper. She got a cellar full of shit in case the end of the times. I get it. She's more than that. You can take away that doomsday word actually and leave cult mom murder case there. Religious cult mom. Ooh, religious cult mom murder case. How about that? I don't know why that bugs me, y'all. It just does. Yeah, I call her evil. I don't even know if there's a word to really describe her. Evil is a word to describe her. Lori has got some deep-seated issues. Either she genuinely let the demons in, or she's genuinely mental ill. I'm just not sure which one it is. It could be both. The demons could have driven her mad. But hey, when you don't know what you're doing, you don't know what you're doing, you let those demons in. What's that saying about, what is it? A wolf in sheep's clothing, a false prophet, all of that. Chad Daybell was a false prophet. Lori was looking for one and she found it. You go messing around that religion like that, blaming it all on religion. She was really trying to drive home the LSD teaching, I noticed as well, which I kind of didn't mind. I wasn't mad at it. She talked about what they were teaching. Oh, shit, y'all, let me make sure this is not an emergency. My sister's calling. Right back. Okay, sorry. She calls me on lunch break from time to time, and I have to make sure everything's cool. I'll show you. Remember? Yes. And Chad just sat there, all stoic and non-movemental, and told to sit there. Of course, they're told not to react and all the things. Just sat there like a chud, right? Sat there like a chud. Yeah, she's all tilted. I think she might fall over though. Like, I'm waiting on that to happen. Is Lori gonna, fall over? And who all's gonna bust out laughing out loud. I would if I was in the courtroom, like, oops, sorry, judge. That was a natural human reaction. Couldn't help it. You take a woman that's already like has narcissistic tendencies and ways about her. Um, like I like to like look at people and study people, and what made a woman like her lean into that religion the way she did. And like I was saying earlier, she kind of wanted to go down that basic teachings road, and which is a thing. It is a problem because the basic teachings lead to some of the stuff they were doing, right? But they crossed a line with a lot of it. But some can also say that LDS have crossed the line with some of the things they teach. It's a very, one of those things about religion. Do you discuss it? I've always wanted to discuss the religious aspect of this because it's always bothered me. It didn't come out of nowhere. It wasn't just about sex and money and running off together, live happily ever after in Hawaii. It was never just about that for these two. They had a whole fucking following. They had a whole plan. They were gods and goddesses and could, all this energy work and all these things they were incorporating and forming and doing. Um, it went so deep. But why? And how did it get to that point? All those people who knew what was going on and were a part of it. We've seen people testify who absolutely was a part of it. Part of the castings, part of the prayers, part of the understanding that people could become zombies. The fuck? People could become zombies. People could just become pure ass evil because they want to. I was taught don't let the devil in. You could be his next playground. Resist. Ooh, Carol. I don't like, when it thunders and your house rattles or whatever. Those are not, they're kind of scary, right? Hope everybody was safe and everything was good. No windows broke or anything. We're approaching hurricane season here in my neck of the woods. Hopefully we do not get one. It's not fun. I don't want to live anywhere else, but I don't want a hurricane because they're just not fun. You got shits to do when there's a hurricane coming. And you got to worry, am I going to have a house left? Been there, done that, didn't have that left afterwards. So I feel like I've already lost one house. Don't even want to do it again. Kay even actually said that they just got their house redone after the hurricane they experienced in Louisiana 6 years ago. And she said if another one comes, she's done. I'm like, I feel you, girlfriend. I feel you 1,000%. Don't build on the water anywhere in hurricane country. It's pretty and all that. Just don't build on it and make it your permanent home. You might really regret it later. Yeah, I've experienced a lot of hurricanes, right? I've been here all my life. And in 2004, Hurricane Ivan struck the Gulf Coast of Florida with a vengeance. I was right smack dab in the middle of him because I was a little bit hard-headed at the time, but it is what it is. I learned storm surge means business, and next time pay attention to that. Don't just focus on that wind. I hear noises in the courtroom, guys. Fortunately, I know how to prepare for a hurricane and all the things that I can possibly do to be safe, right? And then all we can do is hope for the best. I can't evacuate to another state and all that business. You got to leave 3 days in advance just to get out of here and to get a room and get all the things. People don't understand. You can't just like, oh, it's going to be here tomorrow at noon. Let me leave right now. It don't work like that. Doesn't work like that. And once that baby hits, the first 72 is on you, and I am always prepared. Whew, if I get a hurricane, I'm gonna need all y'all's good vibes helping me out, because it's not coming here. Steer that bitch somewhere else. I hate to see anybody get it, but I just don't want to hear. I have to deal without power and stuff like that. Knock me off the internet. What am I gonna do? To go live from my phone with some shitty internet connection where I can't even share a screen. That would suck. See, I'm worried about streaming instead of worrying about. I'm used to having no power after a hurricane, sometimes a week at a time. It's like I'm it's like the people where you have the blizzards or whatever. I'm sure it's the same way. Like that's what I imagine is like their preparedness has to be similar to hurricane preparedness for before, during, and after, right? I mean, I would assume. Mm-hmm. We should. We don't have very many more to go on the state side. So, and welcome in, Rachel. I need to email you back because I have a question for you. Right? Can you imagine? Hopefully that won't happen, right? At least if it does, it won't be for long. Would probably have cell service, but I don't know. The home internet, the cell service run by the same damn people, so who the hell knows? We've been here for 3 years and we have not had a hurricane, so I don't know what it would be like afterwards. I don't want to think about it because I live in a wind tunnel. Like on a good day, like yesterday, it was calm. I walk outside, it's beautiful, it's sunny, the birds are doing their thing. There's no wind hardly at all, barely. I mean, like it felt great. And over on one of the 3 fields, there was this huge dirt devil just spinning around out of nowhere out there all by itself. And I thought, it's not even windy today. What the hell's going on over there? But when it's like just a thunderstorm here or a storm coming, it can get super windy and just blow across these fields like nobody's business. And like I've lost a couple of outdoor tables already. We've lost a trampoline. Oh my God, it's horrible. So I can only imagine what it would be like during an actual hurricane. I don't think I want to be here. I think I'll leave. I'll hit you back up this evening, Rachel, after we're done, because I do have a quick question. I should have done that last night, but I fell asleep. Yeah, again, and I didn't get to see you the first time, so this time we can't let that happen. Oh, you know what? This time I don't have a fucking car. I just remembered. I always forget I don't have a car anymore. My kid totaled my car, guys, several months ago, and I haven't gotten another one. I don't plan to. It's kind of nice. I'm not obligated to do anything. Oh my God. Got a car. It's Mom, can you do this? Mom, can you do that? I'm like, y'all are grown now. Shit. Mom's tired. I don't get asked that anymore. It's been beautiful. If I really need to go anywhere or do anything, my son has a truck I can use. Otherwise, I can sit here and order shit if I need it. I'm not a big shopper. I just get what I need. Occasionally, I'll get what I want.
I have a dentist appointment at 7 a.m.
Somebody had a dentist appointment. Hot mic. I'm ready to go fishing. I'm ready to get on the river and do a little fishing. Sometimes, but my brother-in-law, man, he trips out on me because me and him and my sister will go out on the boat. And like we're in a river. I'll have to show you guys some pictures of this Florida river. And I'm not even fishing. I'm just sitting there taking pictures. It's like, what the hell are you doing? I'm like, enjoying nature. Okay, here we go. I'll mute out and join you guys in chat.
All right, we're on the record. State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell. It's 10:02 a.m. The attorneys are present. The defendant's present. This is a time set to discuss a few of the motions before we bring in the jury at about 10:15.
Judge, I do have one other thing to raise that goes back to what we dealt with yesterday. Apparently, Ms. Vallow also attempted service on another one of the next of kin in Louisiana, Larry Woodcock. Again, that information, including his address,
What the
which
fuck?
she should not have access to, and in violation of victims' rights and the Arizona Constitution, was filed with the clerk's office. So we have multiple people that she's subpoenaing that are not on her 15.2, that she's violating victims' rights for. So I'm going to ask, of course, the court seal that subpoena as well, since it includes his address.
All right, it's ordered sealing any subpoena that was filed relating to Larry Woodcock. Do you have outstanding subpoenas on next of kin or, well, let's start with there. Next of kin?
Let me check, Your Honor. Check on that, Your Honor, but not that we're aware of.
As to the extent that you have subpoenas for next of kin on either of your cases, you need to coordinate the service of those subpoenas through the county attorney's office. They can facilitate in that and getting those people served if they are indeed witnesses that have relevant information in these cases.
And both of those people, Your Honor, Robert Vallow and Larry Woodcock, were not on my list and were not intended to be subpoenaed. So it was an oversight.
So I don't know how OPDS got that information to serve them subpoenas, so someone on your team needs to double check with OPDS that the correct people are being subpoenaed.
And Your Honor, they are signed by the defendant. So
All right.
she is the one who's signing those subpoenas. She is the one acting as counsel. So she is the one asking to send those out.
So how was it an oversight?
I just signed them all, and we got them prepared, and I signed them all, and I did not check them. It's my own fault. But I apologize to the families.
So do you know the names of all the people you subpoenaed, or you just signed a stack of subpoenas?
I did sign the stack, but I thought I was aware of all that they were the ones that I had asked to subpoena.
For this trial or for the next one as well?
Just for this one. We haven't done our subpoenas yet for the next trial.
I'll try. And for the next trial, I need you to be more diligent in what you're signing, and if there is a subpoena for someone who is a next of kin or a victim under the Victim's Bill of Rights, the subpoena that needs to be coordinated through county attorney's office, or is there a victim representative attorney? I haven't had one yet.
There is not a victim representative attorney, so it would come through us, Your Honor.
Okay. We sort of addressed the motion in limine yesterday about the questioning of any police personnel regarding the timing of the arrest, why the investigation took as long as it did, who was or wasn't arrested. Again, I'll ask the defendant, if you think those are questions that you need to ask, please ask to take a break first, but otherwise I'm expecting you to not ask those types of questions of any witness. We then have let's take up the Janice Cox and Summer Shiflett video. You've had a chance to review that?
I did.
What's your position on the state's motion?
Your Honor, I obviously think that it should not be precluded, that it is evidence in fact of why that happened on July 11th, that it happened. So if there had been no bat, there would have been no gun. It was a reason why self-defense was even an issue on that day, on July 11th.
Let me make sure I understand the state's position correctly. The state hasn't seen the actual video that these two witnesses have watched.
Correct. It
Right.
apparently
So
was.
absent someone coming in and introducing the actual video into evidence, which could have its own evidentiary issues, but absent that, they can't testify in court about things they saw on a video because it's hearsay. They're testifying to things that they observed outside of court, and there's no verification, no way to cross-examine on that. So my ruling would be that unless some video comes in and someone lays foundation for that video, that no witness would be allowed to discuss what they what they saw, heard, or viewed in that video. All right. Then we have the state's third motion to preclude defendant's witnesses. Let's discuss. I'm going to ask you again, Ms. Daybell, how do you pronounce the first person's name? Vaisa? Vaisia. Has your team or your investigator, anyone been able to locate that person?
I would have to check with my investigator, Your Honor.
What about Gabriel Bonilla?
I know that he has made contact several times with Gabriel. I don't know if he has interviewed him, but I know that he's made contact with him several times.
Do you know if he's been served with a subpoena?
We're looking that up now.
What the fuck, y'all? She has no witnesses. What the fuck? I'm so baffled right now. Sorry, I had to say it out loud. I cannot. I don't know if my witnesses were even subpoenaed or anything. Hold on. I subpoenaed the wrong people. That's what happened. She subpoenaed Larry.
And while you're at it, I'm going to ask about Ashlyn Rind and Barry Cox.
Okay. What does it say?
Hello, Miss Dolphin. Thank you. Was taking so long to figure out if your witnesses were subpoenaed and you've heard
So
back
it looks
from
like that Ashlyn Rind was not served or found, that Gabe Bonilla, OPDS, several times tried to serve that subpoena and it has not been served. And I'm not sure on the Barry Cox.
All right, well, as was indicated by the state yesterday, they may be resting their case in chief sometime Thursday, at the latest Monday. So you're kind of out of time on producing these witnesses for interview. I shouldn't say you're kind of out of time. You are out of time. I don't know that I need to effectively preclude them because you haven't been able to serve them or get them to appear, in which case they wouldn't be called as witnesses. In the event that they are served or surfaced, we'd still need to have a discussion of whether they have any relevant information and whether they should still be precluded because of the late disclosure of what that testimony might be. So unless they're produced to the state for an interview here within the next day or two, they would be effectively precluded. Even if they are produced for an interview, they still could be precluded. Zachary Cox, let's talk about Zachary Cox. Has he been subpoenaed? The state has interviewed that witness apparently, but based on their motion, they don't believe he has any relevant information to offer for this trial. Do you believe he has relevant information to offer?
I do, Your Honor.
And what is that?
He was with my brother, Adam Cox, that day on the 11th, and was in communication with Adam and Charles during that day and prior to that day.
What testimony would he offer that would be admissible, that would be relevant to either self-defense or this did or didn't occur?
He would be able to testify about what Adam already testified to, verify it or unverify it,
What specifically?
about what their itinerary was during that day and the day before and the following day.
When did this, well, the state interviewed this witness?
Obviously, I had no idea what he would be called about, so I talked to him for a few minutes.
Did he have any idea what he would be called about?
No.
All
I
right.
think unless the defendant says that he's relevant to impeach Adam in some way, then I don't really understand the relevant. I mean, she just said that he could testify to verify what Adam said. So she's going to call him to confirm that what Adam said was correct.
Is that he would be confirming what Adam said, or would he be disputing what Adam said? What specifically? Can you give me some more specifics?
From his interview with my investigator, he would be disputing what Adam said.
Well, then I'm not aware of that interview. With my understanding in interviewing the defense Jeff White, is that basically they spoke for a brief time. It got heated.
Who's
and
they?
Jeff White and Zachary Cox. They did not have a full interview, is my understanding. I've not been provided with a recording of that, but in my discussion, my interview of Jeff White as a potential witness, he advised just that that Zach had advised that he had lived with them, meaning Charles and Lori, prior to them moving into this house, prior to them being separated. And that's about the extent of what I understood their interview to be. But maybe Mr. White can provide information as to how he...
Mr. White, do you have any information on, you interviewed Zachary Cox?
Yes.
All right. And did Mr. Cox provide information that would be relevant to this trial to you?
When I spoke to Mr. Cox, he was, in short, he was very belligerent. When we had spoken, I was asking about information about his father and him, as well as with Charles. The information that I did obtain from him did not agree with what his father had told me in the interview through the state.
His father being?
Adam.
Do you know if Zachary Cox has been served a subpoena?
As far as I know, I think that went through OPDS.
All right. I guess we'll see if he actually gets served and shows up at court. He may not, in which case it's not an issue I need to deal with. But if he does show up, we will need to flesh out whether he has relevant information, whether he should be allowed to testify. All right, who's the state going to be calling today?
Your Honor, at the state, obviously, we still have a witness on the stand. And then, as I advised, we'll be calling Ariel Werther. And then we would call Detective Duncan. So
Okay.
we may finish tomorrow, Your Honor.
Okay. My staff just signaled me that we're, oh, the last juror did just show up. Okay, we'll bring the jury in. let's have that witness come back up. Kind of deferring, but not really. All right, jury's present. Please be seated. Go ahead and resume your cross.
Detective Inklin, yesterday we were talking about the chain of custody of the phone, so I have a couple questions on that. Yesterday we talked about that Charles' phone went from your hands to the property room, is that correct?
No.
Okay. Where did it?
When I explained to you, it's our computer crimes division, the
Okay.
detectives that do the downloads. Our property room is about a mile away from the police department.
Okay. So it went from your hands to the computer crimes division, is that correct?
Correct. We usually take phones directly to them.
And how long was that between the time you left the house and you delivered that phone to them?
It's about 20-minute drive or so, and then just to the PD and upstairs to where their office is.
Okay. And who did you turn that over to at the computer crimes division?
Sergeant Olness was the sergeant of the unit at the time.
And did you use the passcode to access the phone at all?
I did not. I don't do downloads or exams of devices.
Okay. Did you look to see if the threatening text messages from Charles did actually exist?
I did not do an exam of the phone.
Yesterday, we watched the clip of my interview with you, and we discussed the threatening text messages. Is that correct?
Correct. You told me about them.
And you stated that I did not show them to you. Is that correct?
You did not show them to me, no.
And did you ask me to show them to you?
I did not.
Had I been cooperative all that day?
Yes.
Do you think I would have shown them to you if you would have asked me?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Was Tylee also cooperative that day?
I believe so.
Was Alex cooperative that day?
I don't know. I did not have contact with Alex.
At all?
I did not interview him or talk to him, no.
Did I, in fact, inform you during that interview that I would have to show you them to explain them?
I believe so.
But you never asked me to show them to you?
I did not.
Did you ever request that I turn my phone over to you?
I did not.
Did you ever request that Tylee turn her phone over to you?
I did not.
In the course of your investigation, did you ever, in fact, see those threatening messages from Charles to me?
I did not. I did not look at any of the downloads of any of the phones.
Or in the reports or anything?
No.
You never came across those?
I did not review those reports or do any of the downloads of any of the phones.
You didn't review any of Detective Duncan's reports?
No.
None of Detective Moffat's reports?
No.
Okay. Were you aware of the reason why I had two phones at the time?
I was not.
Did you ask me?
No, I wasn't aware you had two phones.
In the course of your investigation, did you ever learn that Charles had stolen my phone, so I had to replace it?
I'm going to object to testifying and move to strike.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it's all part of the investigation.
I'm going to object again.
Sustained, it's testimony. The form of the question was testimony.
Were you aware that after he gave it back to me that I kept both phones?
I'm going to again object.
Sustained.
Detective, in the course of your investigation, did you learn that Charles had a $2 million life insurance policy on me?
I knew there was a life insurance policy. I don't know the amount.
Did you ever see it in any of the reports, or?
I did not review, and I was not part of that portion of the investigation.
And you never saw that on any kind of Bates numbers?
I'm going to object again to asked and answered.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
You didn't see it on any kind of Bates numbers?
No, Bates would be what the county attorney does. That's after me, so I didn't review that portion of the report.
Okay. Yesterday, during your direct, you said that, or during our discussion, you said that we arrived at the Chandler Police Station and that we were taken into the Family Advocacy Center. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that what it's called?
Yes, the FAC, or Family Advocacy Center.
Okay. And was that just Tylee and myself that were taken to that part of the station?
I believe so, yes.
And so was Alex taken to the regular part of the police station?
He was in a different portion in an interview room in the persons crime section downstairs.
Okay. So we were taken into 3 different rooms, is that correct, when we arrived?
3 different interview rooms, yes.
And we were all 3 interviewed, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you interviewed me, is that correct?
I did.
And you also interviewed Tylee, is that correct?
I did.
And Detective Moffat is the one that interviewed Alex, is that correct?
I believe so.
And these interviews were all video and audio recorded, is that correct?
I believe so.
And did you have a supervisor or superior there at the Chandler Police Station watching these interviews live from a viewing room?
Not a supervisor.
Who was it?
There was a detective in sex crimes that was monitoring the interviews in the Family Advocacy Center. It's kind of standard, particularly the fact that Tylee was alone in the interview room at some point. So she was monitoring both interviews, and I don't know if there was anybody monitoring Detective Moffat's interview, because I was not a part of that.
Okay. And what was her name? Detective what?
Ashley Nolan.
And then you said that you had, so you didn't go in and monitor during the interview with Detective Moffat and Alex? You didn't watch that one?
No, it was going on at the same time. I couldn't interview you and Tylee and monitor at the same time.
And then that means that Detective Duncan wasn't monitoring yours either at the same time, correct?
I don't know what Detective Duncan was doing.
I meant Detective Moffat, I'm sorry.
Oh, I don't know. I believe he was talking to Alex, but.
But he could have been monitoring yours and then talked to Alex after that, is that correct?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Were there other people in this monitoring room that you know of?
I believe Detective Nolan was monitoring from her desk as the sex crimes detectives work within the Family Advocacy Center. They're in the same portion of the building.
Okay. So they can just monitor from their desk?
Correct.
They're not in like a separate room, is what you're saying?
No, there's a monitoring room upstairs in the dedicated suspect interview rooms, but none of those rooms were used in these 3 interviews that you're talking about.
Okay. And after these interviews were complete, who decided to send us home?
Well, I decided to drive you guys back to the house.
And who gave you authorization to release us, I guess?
Me?
You didn't have to talk to a superior for that?
No.
And what about Alex? Who released him?
That would be Detective Moffat was involved with his interview. I was not.
So did you and Detective Moffat have a discussion on what to do next after our interviews were complete?
Briefly, that we were done with the interviews and that at this point, whether or not to get you back to the house and how we were going to facilitate that.
Okay, but it was decided at that time that we would be brought back together and taken in the van to back to the house and dropped off?
It was the easiest way to get the 3 of you back at the same time.
Are you aware of the press release that was issued by Chandler Police Department later that day?
I am not.
You never read it?
No.
You never heard about it in the course of your investigation?
The press release?
Yeah.
No.
You never discussed it with any of the other detectives?
I would object. She's asked and answered.
Sustained.
Would the case agent have to be the one who would authorize that at the time?
It depends. As a case agent, we would like to have input or influence on what a press release is or states, but occasionally they're published by our PIO, our Press Information Officer.
So do you know if Detective Moffat was the case agent at the time, is that correct?
He was.
And so do you know if he talked to the PIO and put that out, or if he didn't know?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Do you know if the PIO agent just put it out?
Objection, she doesn't know about this.
Do you know?
I have no idea.
Right.
Detective Inkland, yesterday the prosecutor asked you several times, why didn't Lori just give the phone back? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you learn in your investigation that the entire altercation only lasted a few minutes?
That'd be a fair assessment.
Because we discussed that in our interview, is that correct?
We did.
So from the time Tylee came out with the bat and I ran outside is maybe less than 2 minutes. We discussed that, is that correct?
We discussed that it probably happened in a short amount of time. I don't think we gave a specific time amount to what happened, but that it happened in a relatively short amount of time.
We didn't say that was like 1 to 2 minutes, like,
That was our discussion, yes.
yeah, that was our discussion. Okay. So we would not have been arguing for a very long time. Is that correct?
I think it's relative as to how long you've been arguing or how long the altercation took.
Detective, in the course of your investigation, did you learn that JJ was outside in the car?
I did.
Did you learn that the car was still running?
I don't know.
Did you learn that JJ was in fact in the front seat?
I know that you had articulated he was put into the car, but I don't remember if you specifically said the front seat, but he was in the car.
Did you learn in the course of your investigation that JJ had autism?
Yes, you told me about that.
Did you verify that at his school?
I did speak with his school, yes.
When did you speak with the school?
During the course of the investigation, I had contact with the school in reference to when he attended and generally kind of the services the school provides.
Do you remember who you spoke to at the school at all?
The director of the school, and then subsequently there were a couple teachers that provided some information.
And how long after July 11th was that first communication with the school?
It was several months later.
But during the course of this investigation, the Chandler Police Department did verify, I guess that next day, that that was in fact his school and he did attend there. Is that correct?
I believe so.
During this investigation, did you verify that we did in fact go through Burger King?
I did not, but it was verified.
Were you aware of what we ordered at Burger King?
You told me it was chicken fries and Sprite.
Had you seen, you hadn't seen that receipt?
I had not.
Okay. I guess that was, in fact, in the portion of one of the interviews that we watched yesterday. Is that correct?
Correct. You told me that in the interview.
So were you aware that we also ordered 2 bottles of water?
I was not aware, no.
And in your experience with people in stressful situations, when adrenaline kicks in, does it make you incredibly thirsty?
I don't object to speculation or knowledge.
If she knows, she can answer.
It can.
And when you're in fight or flight mode, does your adrenaline kick in your experience?
I'm going to object here to knowledge and foundation as to her knowledge of this.
I'll sustain the objection.
Did you offer Tylee and I apple juice at the Chandler Police Station?
I think I offered you something to drink and what we typically would have there.
Did you offer that for the purpose that adrenaline makes you thirsty?
No, I usually do it to people I interview if they'd like something to drink while they're there.
Detective Inkland, have you ever seen me not calm?
I would object to maybe foundation as to when.
All right, sustain, lay more foundation on when she has, at what occasions she has had to observe you.
Well, yesterday, you spoke often of my calm demeanor, my nonchalantness. Is that correct?
Correct.
So has there ever been an occasion when you have seen me when I was not calm?
Again, foundation as to when she has seen her on July 11th.
please clarify the time frame you're referring to where she had an opportunity to observe you?
Any other time, Your Honor?
For example, how many hours on July?
Can we have a sidebar? Can I ask you a question?
Is this woman serious right now? This is the craziest I think she's gotten in all 6 days so far. With and look, this lady ain't having it. Cassandra's like, man, I had to end the day with your ass yesterday. Got to start the day with you again today. You asking about some fucking water at the Burger King and your adrenaline. You know what? I bet Lori's adrenaline was going. She knows what what her and her brother just did to her husband back at the house, right? So let her talk about her adrenaline all she wants. Get up there, Katrina. Do your job. Goodness. You know what I find odd too? That I think is sticking with the jury. You know how every time the witnesses are up there and Lori's questioning them and they answer, and they'll say things instead of saying the defendant, because they're normally talking to an attorney, right? And they'll refer to the defendant. Instead, they're all saying, no, I told you, or no, you told me. It's you, right? The jury's like, mm-hmm. I think that's having a huge impact. And Lori doesn't realize how bad that's hurting her, I don't think. I think that's weird. Right? All the things not to do. Mm-mm. I don't know. I might represent myself better than old Lori can do for herself there, but no, I'm not trying. I ain't trying to be in that courtroom, but I'm not trying to be like Lori either. Her arguments are all of them, except for a couple. There were a couple she started out right with, but didn't know where to go with it and didn't know how to land it. But all of her other is all bullshit. How do you go subpoena Larry and claim it was an accident and then claim you don't even know why your real witnesses didn't get subpoenaed? That don't make any sense. I don't care if you represent yourself or not. You got a fucking dude sitting right there helping you do all that stuff. Supposed to be on top of it. I know. She's finding out how smart she really is, isn't she? She's a little old fish in a big old pond, and she just didn't know it. She thought since Jesus loved her more that she's all good to go. He loves her more. What the hell's this sidebar, lady? You can imagine the judge over there trying to explain something to her, right? And he's not getting anywhere with it. I'm sure that would be aggravating. My God.
All right, go ahead and continue with your cross.
Detective Inkland, did you discover in your investigation that I had run outside without shoes?
Yes, kind of.
And did you learn in that investigation that we had stopped at Walgreens and I did purchase 2 pairs of flip-flops?
Yeah, you told me that.
I mean, and that was verified later?
It was by a different detective.
Okay. You didn't verify that at Walgreens or at Burger King, is that correct?
I did not. That was a different detective.
Okay. And as part of your investigation, did you view the video of me going into the Walgreens to purchase the flip-flops?
I did not.
Okay. And how hot was it that day on July 11th, 2019?
Warm.
Like in the hundreds?
July in Arizona, I'd say it was probably warm.
Would it have been difficult to walk JJ to his class on the cement with no shoes on, do you think?
Objection relevance? Speculation.
Sustained. I think the jury can draw their own conclusions about the temperature in Arizona in mid-July.
Detective, did you learn in your investigation that after taking JJ to his classroom that Tylee and I headed straight back to the house?
I believe so.
And that we met with police, is that correct?
Correct. You
As soon as we
contacted
drove up, first contact was with?
Officer Krautheim.
Yes, Krautheim. Okay, thank you. Detective, is it your understanding that we fully cooperated with the police?
You were cooperative with interviews with me.
That we did as we were instructed?
You, with me in your interview, you were cooperative.
And Tylee was cooperative with you as well, correct?
I believe so.
And that you had said yesterday that we were voluntarily interviewed by the police, is that correct?
Correct. You were not in custody.
Did we know that?
I believe so.
When we were placed in those interview rooms, did we know that we could just walk out and leave anytime? Was that explained to us, is my question.
You can ask that.
Can you say it again?
Was it explained to us at any time that we could just walk out of those interview rooms and leave if we had wanted to?
No.
Did I in fact ask you at one point if I could go to the ladies' room?
I believe so.
Detective, did we answer all the questions asked to us by the police that day?
By me, yes, I believe so.
And we were dropped off at home by the police, is that correct?
Correct. I drove you back to the house.
And we were given no further instructions, is that correct?
Just that we would be in touch with you at the conclusion of the search warrant.
Is it also correct that we voluntarily handed over Charles' phone to you when you asked for it?
Yes.
Did we delay in that or just do it immediately?
No, you gave it to me when I asked.
Was there any time, Detective, on July 11th, 2019, that we did not comply or cooperate fully with the police in their investigation?
In my interaction with you, you were cooperative.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Redirect.
I'm going to start with when you first arrived on scene. You were asked a lot yesterday when you first noticed the defendant. Were you standing there at the house just waiting and watching to see what cars would arrive?
No.
So when you first noticed the defendant you just happened to glance over and see another officer speaking with her?
Correct.
You were asked a lot about her demeanor that day, both when you first interacted with her, taking her over to the van, correct?
Correct.
Did Lori Vallow's behavior stand out to you?
It did.
Why?
So based on what was going on, that we had a homicide, her husband had been shot and killed, her brother was the one who shot and killed her husband, it was inside her home, her children were at least partially present to this event, her demeanor seemed odd given what was going on at the house that day.
So throughout this time, you're just noting her demeanor, right?
Correct.
You were asked about whether or not you were calm at the scene. Do you recall being asked that on cross?
I believe so.
Had you just seen your husband get shot
No.
inside your own home
No.
by your brother?
No.
You were asked if the other officers at the scene were calm. You recall being asked that?
I do.
Were you aware of any of them having just seen their significant others being shot
No.
by a family member
No.
inside their own home
No.
with their children present?
No.
So would it be difficult to compare the demeanor of the officers and yourself with that of, say, Alex or Tylee or the defendant?
It would be difficult comparison.
Not the same situation.
No.
You were asked a lot about Tylee's demeanor as well. Did you ever see her appearing to be panicked,
No.
overwhelmed with emotions?
No.
Was there anything about her demeanor or your interactions with her that made you feel she needed any type of medical treatment or medication or anything?
No.
The death notification that you attempted to make, I'll say. So to understand this, were both Lori Vallow and Tylee inside the van?
They were inside the CR-288 van.
Okay. Can you describe for us what this van looks like? Is it like a minivan? What is it?
No, it's a larger, like 10 or 12 passenger vans, big, full size. So the doors open from the side to get into, I think there's like 3 rows of seating. And they use the van to bring services out, but also to transport people, and they have car seats and things like that.
Okay. So when you went up to the van, you opened the door?
Correct, the side door to open to get into the rear portion of the van.
And you were with your sergeant at the time?
Correct.
And you asked if Lori would come out with you?
I was trying to get her to come out of the van to talk to her outside of Tylee's presence.
Why did you want to do that?
I felt it was more appropriate if I was about to tell somebody that a family member died to deliver it to her. And then typically what we'll try to do is kind of formulate a plan as to how we're going to tell children as to what happened.
But before that, did Lori Vallow tell you something?
She did.
What did she tell you?
She said that she already knew because she was there.
And this was not what you were expecting to hear?
It was not.
You were expecting that she had no idea?
Correct.
That she rolled back up to this house and sees her brother out there but doesn't know what's going on?
Correct.
After you learned that she was there, did you now feel like you wanted to ask her what happened?
Correct. We wanted to, at that point, transition to not just like a death notification and contacting her, but now we're potentially looking at doing witness interviews.
Did you advise her that you wanted to take her to the station to interview her?
I did.
Did you advise her you wanted to interview her daughter?
I did.
And did you, in fact, ask her to come with you in a different vehicle?
I did.
Did she agree to do that?
She did.
Now, how old was Tylee?
16 or 17?
And She was put in a separate room than her mom. Why?
So when you're going to do witness interviews or any interviews, you want to do the interviews separately. You don't want to interview people together. Obviously, even best case scenario, there's going to be some influence. So you want a good recount or statement from somebody that's their own statement. It's what they saw, heard, felt, not influenced by anybody else in the room or participating in like a group interview.
Were you aware when you were conducting this interview with Lori and with Tylee of the amount of time that had occurred from when she had left the house to when 911 was called to when she was eventually interviewed?
Generally, not specific, but I knew the general time.
Initially at the scene, was there a misunderstanding? Well, let me ask you. When you arrived at the scene that morning, did you understand that when the 911 call came in is when the shooting occurred?
I think that was believed or assumed at the time we got to the scene.
Okay. And was that still your mindset when you were interviewing initially Lori Vallow?
Correct.
So when you started to interview her, you assumed that when that 911 call came in, the shooting had occurred just prior to that?
Correct.
When you were driving Lori back to the police station, to FAC for interviews, you again told us about her demeanor. Did that again stick out to you as unusual?
It did.
Why was that?
Again, this incident has unfolded and we're driving and she's just kind of chattering in the car, and given what was going on in the situation and how she was acting, it was just odd to me.
You were asked about, just on cross, whether or not you gave the defendant a specific time when she could come back to the house. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
Did you have any concept of when Detective Coons or Duncan would be finished executing that search warrant on the house?
No, and that's not an assumption we would do.
So you don't have, they don't tell you a timeline like, hey, detective, we'll be done by 3 so they can come in?
No, because in processing a scene, you just don't know. So you wouldn't want to give that kind of time constraint when processing a scene. You're going to go through and very slowly and methodically collect and photograph and process. You're not going to limit a time. We typically try to give them an idea, maybe most of the night, several hours, but I wouldn't tell them a specific time to come back.
And your interactions with Lori, you hadn't even been in the house yet, right?
I had not.
So you have no concept of what the scene's going to be like.
Correct.
Or how long that might take.
Correct.
When you were interviewing the defendant, is it normal for you to offer drinks to people when they're being interviewed?
Absolutely.
Normal for you to allow them to use the restroom?
Yes.
And you did that here just like you normally would?
I did.
Nothing different or unusual in that?
No.
Detective, when you were interviewing the defendant on July 11th, did the defendant tell you that she and Charles argued about the phone prior to Tylee ever becoming involved?
Correct.
Did she tell you that she had initially obtained Charles's phone, and when he asked for it back, she said no?
Correct.
This is before Tylee's there.
That's right.
Does she tell you that she then, in fact, confronts Charles about who he's texting?
Correct.
And that's again before Charles is out there,
Before Tylee was there.
before Tylee is there. And she advised you that she still wouldn't give him back his phone, even though he demanded it then.
Correct.
Did she tell you that she was walking away with Charles's phone prior to Tylee coming out while he is still demanding his phone back?
Correct.
So there were multiple occasions that she told you about prior to any bat or gun being involved that she could have just handed the phone back over,
That's correct.
and she did not.
That's correct.
In terms of your interview with the defendant, did you understand all the facts of the case when you interviewed the defendant?
No.
You told us you didn't understand the timeline yet in terms of when the shooting occurred versus when the 911 call occurred, right?
Correct.
So you were unaware of that 47-minute lapse in time.
Correct.
If you had known that, would you have asked about that?
I would have asked about that, yes.
When you were interviewing the defendant, you were unaware that she had Charles's phone, correct?
Correct.
If you had known that, would you have asked about that?
I would have asked about that, yes.
When the defendant was talking to you, at one point she told you that she knew her brother was texting with, or that Charles was texting with her brother Adam. Do you recall that?
Yes, she told me that.
Understanding now that she had Charles's phone, would you have asked her how she learned about that?
I would have asked her about that, yes.
So when you're doing an interview with her at 9 or 10 in the morning, you didn't know that she'd had time to look into Charles's phone?
Correct.
You learned later that she had the password to get into his phone, right?
Correct.
So when she's telling you things, you're unaware that she has already potentially had the ability to access those.
That's true.
And what she's telling you in her interview contained information about the interaction between her brother Adam and Charles.
Right.
When you interviewed the defendant, were you aware of the days leading up to this, the interaction between Lori Vallow and her brother Alex?
I was not.
You weren't privy to things like iCloud accounts before you interviewed her?
No.
You weren't privy to downloaded cell phones before you interviewed her?
I was not.
You hadn't even been inside the house before you interviewed her?
Correct.
If you had been privy to all of the information in this case, would you have interviewed her differently?
I would have.
Would you have questioned her more?
Yes.
Would you have followed up more?
Yes.
Would you have asked for her phone then?
Yes.
When you interviewed Lori Vallow, at that time, were you just going off of what she said because you didn't know the rest of the facts?
Correct. It was an initial interview.
To see what she had to tell you?
Correct.
But you had nothing to do to be able to verify or validate anything she told you?
Correct.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, I see we have a few jury questions. I think we're going to have the parties approach for those who are having difficulty with their headsets.
I have to keep switching back and forth between my headset when I'm not. When they're live, I'm on the computer. Anyway, goodness gracious, Lori, where are you going with all this? She's just establishing more against herself, in my opinion. I think she's going to bring in some text messages. Yeah, exactly. He and Lori had already been having their conversations. It wasn't like it was all peaches and cream, right? He already knew it could be hostile. He'd already spoke to Adam and everything. But I don't think anybody expected what the hell was going to happen that day, that morning. It's crazy. Kind of questions. Come on, man. Need to get on to the next witness. Maybe they're asking like strategic questions, trying to peel away the layers to find out what the hell's really going on here. Need to ask where these kids are, ask where Alex is. You have to wonder. I mean, they have to wonder, where's the guy that pulled the trigger? What happened in his trial? Will we hear from him in this trial? You know? Don't you think they would be allowed to ask that question? They're not restricted on what they can ask, are they? Lori don't feel like she's accountable for anything, does she? This lady's like, man, I gotta sit here forever and a day. Yeah, I don't know, Asha. That's what I'm wondering. What if they do ask, right? I don't think they're restricted on what they're allowed to ask. I'd at least, at the most, I would ask, where's this Alex character at? Or a question about him, period. But they're wondering what's going on with all that. Or has it not hit them yet that something's going on with all that? You know what I mean? Ugh. So aggravating. I wonder if secretly one or two of them know about her past stuff and just really wasn't 100% truthful about it. I just wonder if that, could be. Because damn well could possibly be. People are not always honest.
The jury.
Okay, here we go. This is true, Rachel.
Was the rent-a-car vehicle ever searched?
I do not believe so, but I'm not certain.
That's actually a good question. I always wondered that.
Question form number 12. If the defendant and her daughter were interviewed as witnesses, why were they left with a victim advocate? In other words, were they considered victims or witnesses?
So our victim services section, I introduced Lori to them specifically because there are civilian employees that work within our police department that can help families with death investigations for the issues that come up afterwards and kind of navigating that process. So although they might not be classified under like state law as victims, our victim services section will often help our families with like specific crisis type events and navigating that process. So we use them quite a bit in our death investigations.
There you go.
All right, on question form number 13, Did Lori express concerns about police talking with Tylee at the time of the interview?
She did not.
Does law enforcement have to advise interviewees they are being audio and or video recorded?
They do not. There is no expectation of privacy within a police station.
All right, are there any further juror questions at this time? Not seeing any, would the defendant like to follow up on those juror questions?
No, Your Honor.
State.
Just briefly, with regards to introducing Lori entirely to your victim services, were you trying to provide whatever services might be necessary due to the fact that her husband had been killed?
Correct.
And what you assumed at that point was Tylee's dad or stepdad had been killed?
Correct.
Go, Trina.
And again, this is all prior to you learning more about this case?
Correct.
No further.
No other questions, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down.
Amen, sister.
The state can call its next witness.
Thank you.
Those were good questions, and I'm glad that Trina came back and addressed that one. I had a feeling that she would get real specific about what that was. They don't think, because the jury's now wondering, was she really a victim or what was going on here? They're getting there. Maybe. They might need a little bit more by law to get them there. Like some communication between Lori and her brother about it. Concrete communication. And why isn't he here to help testify to this? That's what I'd be asking if I was a juror. Are we going to hear from Alex about this? The judge looked at me when I said that. He's like, stop it, girl. He's like, y'all need to stop your speculating on the YouTube. We can't help it, Judge. We think you're cool. Okay.
State College Detective Ariel Werther. I may need to get some, there'll be a PowerPoint that he's going to do.
All right, sir, come on up. You're going to stand right here and be sworn in.
Can you spell your name, Werther?
Ariel, A-R-I-E-L, Werther, W-E-R-T-H-A-R.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, have a seat up here to my left.
One second. I'm going to be able to get into Wi-Fi. Huh?
Let's hope.
I do need to give the court reporter a break soon. Should we just do that now?
This might be a good time, Your Honor, just so I can get this set up and hooked
All right,
to.
why don't we have the jury go to the jury room for a short break?
Okay.
Please.
All rise for the jury.
All right, guys, that is also your chance to go to the restroom, grab a drink, whatever you need to do. I got the dog outside, and I do got to go grab a drink. So I wonder what all will be on this.
The jury's not allowed
Uh-oh.
to
Hot mic.
complete the record. We did a sidebar this morning at 10:42 a.m. At that sidebar, the defendant indicated she wanted to question the witness further regarding how many times the witness had observed her and her demeanor, which would necessitate the witness talking about observing her here in this trial, observing her on July 11th of 2019, as well as the trial in Idaho, and possible viewing of interviews or social media posts. I advised the defendant that this is probably not a door she wants to open because the setting of those interviews would be relevant. For example, someone appearing in court intuitively might behave better than someone who's not appearing in court or in a trial. And the defendant said she would move on from that area. Is that an accurate recitation of the sidebar from the state's perspective?
Yes, Your Honor.
From the defendant's perspective?
Yes, Your Honor. That's fine.
All right, and then we did another sidebar regarding jury questions at 11:01 a.m. The first question, juror question number 10, as a detective, does your subconscious mind use a witness demeanor as any type of evidence? The parties agreed with me that that's probably not an appropriate question to ask, so it was not asked.
I agree.
Juror form question number 11 was asked. That was the question as to whether the rental car was ever searched. Juror question 12 was also asked I should mention, by agreement of the parties. And this was the question if the defendant and her daughter were interviewed as witnesses, and the explanation between being interviewed or considered a victim versus a witness, which the witness answered. Question form 13 had 4 questions on it. The first question was not asked. Did Lori ever ask for an attorney during interviews of her and Ty Lee? The second question, did Lori express concerns about police talking with Ty Lee at the time of the interview? Neither side objected to that question, so it was asked. Question number 3 on form 13, do police need parental consent to speak with a minor even if being treated as a witness? Which the answer really is it depends, but it calls for a legal conclusion too for that witness. The state objected to it, the defendant did not. I didn't think it would be helpful with the jury in deciding any issue that's at fact in this case, so it was not asked. And then the fourth question on that form number 13, does law enforcement have to advise interviewees they are being audio and video recorded? Neither side objected to that, and that question was asked. Is that an accurate representation of the sidebar we had at 11:01
Yes, Your Honor.
from the defense perspective?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so let's give the court reporter a break. We'll resume soon, probably about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and then we'll push through to noon or maybe a few minutes after, depending on where we're at. Do you have everything set up now?
I would like to just try
Okay.
this to make sure it's working.
All right, we'll be at recess on a break for about 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, then. I can't remember. So Joy is telling us that the jurors do know that Alex died in December 2019. Lori stated that in opening. So, interesting. We do have the playlist is there. I was able today. I link because I have the whole playlist set up for you guys every day that we've done it, but I linked it. The entire playlist is in the description of today's video. So anybody can go click that link. It's going to take you back to all of them, including day one with opening statements. So we need to review that for sure because I didn't remember that part. I wonder if they just believe he'd passed of natural causes, I assume, right? You think, Rachel? Rachel believes the jury's catching on, guys. You guys agree? I think they are on to, they're asking the right questions, it seems, but we, thought the jurors had good questions in Delphi too, and their verdict kind of surprised me a little bit. Casey Anthony's verdict surprised me, right? I mean, I'm not always. It's hard to gauge them damn jurors sometimes, but they do have good questions. Oh, was that her way of putting it, right? Was he died tragically? Yeah, he sure did. So did everybody else. Starting with Joe Ryan. And goodness. And the hits kept coming with this one. She just didn't know when to stop. Let's go, let me get this a little bit smaller so it will work better. Let's go take a quick look at Twitter. While we have a few minutes, we can probably get some sneak peeks. Oh goodness. Oh boy. Oh boy, as Kay would say. Hey, I made that thing. I made us a thing. Where'd it go? Oh boy. Okay. Let me share my screen so you guys can see it too. We control Twitter together. Okay. So this is from Pretty Lies and Alibis Gigi's post from like 5 minutes ago. So they were about to watch this video of Lori, JJ, and Tylee at Burger King. Detective Werther talking about the time discrepancies in Lori's interview with police in relation to her leaving and the 911 call placed. Oh, so if there were discrepancies that early on, why didn't you act more aggressive then and there? So you guys, have you seen that video? It is where she leaves that morning in Charles' rental vehicle, and she has his phone the whole time, and she takes JJ onto Burger King to get his breakfast food, and then on to school. And then from there, she goes to the Walgreens to get the flip-flops. And the deal with the flip-flops was that allegedly there was a pool party later that afternoon, and she stopped to purchase the flip-flops for the party. But Lori is saying, no, 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 no. We left the house without our shoes. We had to stop and get shoes. So that's why she keeps bringing up those damn flip-flops. So I guess he's still on the stand. This Detective Werther is what's going down, and I guess he's testifying to what is on the video. All right, let's go see if Joe's done anything. I haven't heard from Joe. Where is Joe? So we had that 3 hours ago. Looks like he's added one, or is that just my comment or him? Okay, an hour ago, court began. About the subpoenas and the improperly being served and all that. We heard that go down. That's about what he's put out. So Joe must be taking notes. Nate, what do you got? 3 minutes ago, he says that Trina shows the hotel receipt on the screen. Well, we got to back up. What's a hotel receipt? Werther and Detective Moffat went into Charles' room. Oh, when Charles got into town, they gathered up his laptop and other items that were impounded by the Chandler Police Department. Werther was originally told Lori went to a CVS to get flip flops. He tried to get video from several CVS locations but couldn't find any. Werther extracted the GPS from Charles' phone. Look, guys, we get to live in the future like Miss Shorty. Y'all don't mind the spoiler alerts, do you? Right? Yeah, it shows them in the drive-through. It does, it does. Okay, so I'll go pull the feed back up, though, so when they come back, we're on top of it. Come on, come back. Okay, they're still showing the inside of the courtroom. So I wonder if there's any Karen Reed updates. If they've let me go, let's see. We got a few more minutes. Hold on. Let's go see if they have an update anywhere. Let me look really quick. I was waiting on Miss Shorty to pop in at some point today and give us an update, but I haven't seen her yet. Every time I click on this one news thing, it pretends like it was just a few minutes ago, like 31 minutes ago or something like that. Then you actually click on it. It was like a day ago, 5 days ago. It's the same one every single time, and it's so annoying. And it looks like jury selection is still underway. My God. Yep, the judge is still talking. Mm. She has to give that little routine every day, every single day. They're in there doing jury selection. I've heard that little spiel every single time I click on it to watch a piece. That's what I'm listening to is her, it seems like. And I'm like, is this what the whole thing is? Is this judge rambling? I have no desire to watch all that jury shit. Bring me the good stuff. Okay. Right? Yep, exactly. Truth. I'm sorry, guys. I yawned out of nowhere. I feel like I maybe need coffee or I need a Coca Cola. That's what I need. I need some caffeine, period. I live on some caffeine. Okay, I'm going to bring the screen up because I hear noise. Yeah, they're bringing the jury back. So here we go. I'm going to mute out and go grab a drink and let the dog back in.
Jury is present. Please be seated. Go ahead.
Thank you. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hello, my name is Ariel Werther, and I work for the Chandler Police Department as a detective.
How long have you worked for the Chandler Police Department?
I've worked for Chandler Police Department since 2008. I did not become a sworn law enforcement officer until 2011. I've worked for them continuously since then. They're the only law enforcement agency I've ever worked for.
Can you tell us sort of the different areas you have worked and where you currently work?
So initially from 2008 to 2010, I was a police dispatcher. So if you called 911, I might be the person who answered, or I might be the person sending the officers and keeping track of where they were. And then in 2010, I went to the Arizona Law Enforcement Academy, graduating in 2011 as a sworn officer, returning to Chandler in the capacity as an officer. I worked as a patrol officer until, well, technically 2016, but the last 2 years of that I was assigned as a field training officer, which means that if you were a new officer out of the academy or somebody going back to the road from a specialty, you might ride with me for a while as I reoriented you to how things are done on the road. And then after doing that, I moved to the Special Victims Unit, primarily focused on investigating sex crimes from 2016 to 2020. And in 2020 and until now, I've been assigned to the Robbery Homicide Unit.
When you were with the Special Victims Unit, did you ever work with the Robbery Homicide Unit?
I did. In fact, from fairly early on, I was aware that this was something that I wanted to do eventually, so I made that known, and particularly working in detectives under the umbrella of persons crimes. You have your sex crimes, family crimes, robbery homicide units, and they all tend to work rather close together. They get to know one another, and I made it known that I had an interest in testing when they had their next opening, so I did that in late 2019 and began my assignment in 2020. So leading up to that, it was something where if I had the opportunity to work with that team, I would do so.
Can you talk to us, have you ever had any type of training in dealing with cell phones and cell phone GPS data?
Yes, I've had extensive training, much of it more recently. It's something that I certainly became aware of, and I have an interest in technology and what it can be used for in investigations. And so there were areas that I was aware of, particularly working in the Special Victims Unit, so starting from about 2016 on. It was in 2022 that I took my first 40-hour class on the proper interpretation, of cell phone records specifically that might come from the provider. There's an important distinction between the location data that might be found on one's phone versus the data that a provider stores about our devices that can also be used to infer the location of the device. I took a 40-hour class primarily on that subject in 2022, and then in 2023, I took a 40-hour class leading to eventually becoming a subject matter expert in that area.
Have you previously testified in court about cell phone GPS data?
I have.
Have you previously testified in court about mapping GPS data recovered from cell phones?
I have.
In July of 2019, were you still in the Special Victims Unit?
Yes, I was.
And did you become involved in a shooting that occurred on July 11th of 2019 at 5531 South Four Peaks Avenue in Chandler?
I did.
How did you get involved in that?
I believe I was downstairs where we all work in a similar area and became aware that a shooting had occurred, that it appeared that one person was deceased, and I volunteered to come along. My capacity was more to shadow, to learn about how these investigations are conducted with the aim of testing. That's something that's best practice to do if you want to test for a unit. You ought to go out and see how the job is done.
So when you initially, did you go out to the scene?
I did.
And when you initially out there, who did you shadow at first?
Initially, I was at the scene with Detective Coons. We were I was present during the scene investigation, though again, as someone who was observing, I didn't personally impound anything or directly conduct the scene investigation myself.
Okay. At some point, as you are shadowing these, were you given different requests to help the detectives who are working this case?
Yes, although I'd say the extent to which I started going out and doing things, assigned tasks, really began the day after, on Friday the 12th.
So on Friday, July 12th of 2019, did you become aware that no one had obtained contact information for J.J. Vallow?
That's right.
And did you offer to reach out to Lori Vallow to get that information?
I did.
Why did you need that information?
To have a complete and thorough police report, it's best practice to have proper documentation, name, date of birth, basic demographic information for all the people who are involved in a case, however they might be involved. Given the information we had at that time, he's someone who ought to be listed in the report.
Okay. Was he also known to be the son of the deceased victim?
Yes, that's right.
On the 11th, had you had any contact with Lori Vallow?
I did not have any contact on the 11th.
Okay. On July 12th, after you offered to get that contact information, did you make contact with Lori Vallow?
I did.
Did you see her or call her?
I called her at first.
And was that call recorded?
That call was audio recorded, yes.
When you spoke with Ms. Vallow, did you obtain the contact information for J.J. Vallow?
Yes.
Did you learn from her where J.J. went to school?
Yes.
Did you confirm that she had gone to Burger King before taking J.J. to his school?
Yes.
Did you at some point during that conversation with Ms. Vallow learn that Charles Vallow was staying at the True Hilton Hotel?
Yes.
Prior to this, had you known that he was where he was staying?
I don't think I had any information either way.
Okay. So as someone who was separate, did you have any idea where Charles was, whether he was staying at the house or elsewhere prior to this?
I didn't have that information, no.
So you just learned this during your conversation when you're trying to get JJ's information?
Correct.
Did Ms. Vallow advise you that she was in possession of Charles Vallow's hotel room key?
She did.
Did she advise where she had found that?
In his wallet, I believe.
So you learned that she had Charles Vallow's wallet?
That's what she said.
And that she then had a room key for him to True Hilton Hotel?
Correct.
Did you advise her that you would talk to the case agent and let her know who would go get that?
Yes.
After you spoke with Lori Vallow on the phone, did you offer to go out to the Burger King to see if you could obtain any video from there?
I did.
And when you are helping in this aspect of the case, were you aware at that time when the 911 call had been placed?
I was.
And when was that?
That was at 8:36 in the morning.
So you knew as you went out to Burger King that the 911 call was July 11th, 2019 at 8:36 a.m.?
Yes, that's correct.
And were you aware when you went out to the Burger King of when the police had arrived at the scene?
Yes.
And was that within a few minutes around 8:41 or 8:42 a.m.?
Yes, that's about right.
And were you aware prior to going out there of when Lori Vallow had been shown or seen on body cam back at 5531 South Four Peaks?
I was.
And was that the 8:48 a.m.?
Yes, that's right.
So all of this is kind of the timeline you're considering when you're going out to Burger King.
Correct.
So when you went out there, were you aware of that? I guess when you went out to Burger King, were you also under an understanding that Lori Vallow had said she was at the house when Charles Vallow was shot?
That was my understanding, yes.
So did all of that play into when you would assume the timing of her arriving at Burger King?
It did.
So sometime after 8:36 is what you're expecting?
To some extent. I was aware that there's a little bit of a logistical difficulty in the question of how one could leave at 8:36 or at just after, and then arrive back by 8:48, knowing the distances and knowing the city of Chandler like I do. So because of that, knowing that it was clearly the case that she was there at 8:48 because she was on officer's body-worn video, then I knew that there was some chance I would find that the video was in fact prior to the 911 call, because otherwise the distances and the travel didn't seem quite right.
So you see this 12-minute time from when 911 is called to when she arrives back, and you're thinking that there's no way to go to Burger King and drop a kid off at school and get back?
Correct. One of the other things that I was trying to establish when I called her is where she had taken him to school, and to confirm that we hadn't misunderstood about the Burger King event happening after the shooting. Because if we hadn't misunderstood, and then learning where the school's approximately 7 miles away from the house. So the idea that one could in 12 minutes go to a Burger King, get their order, drive 7 miles one way, 7 miles back, and arrive in that amount of time seemed very unlikely to me.
So you're now going to Burger King to try to figure out when she actually went there?
Correct.
When you are going to the Burger King, were you aware of what vehicle she was driving?
I was.
Was that, again, body cam had shown what vehicle she had come in?
That's correct.
And was that a red Kia Sorento?
That's right.
So when you, let me ask you this, did you go to a Burger King over at 2865 East Ocotillo Road in Chandler?
I did.
How did you know to go to that one?
I chose that one because it was the closest one, and I wanted to make that logical assumption that that's probably where someone would go first, and then see if I found evidence there that that was the correct one.
All right, so you weren't given that information, you're just trying to figure out which Burger King it was?
Correct.
Did you ask to see if they had surveillance video from the morning of July 11th?
I did.
So you're there on July 12th?
Yes.
When you look at surveillance video at a place like a Burger King, do you ever verify that the date timestamp on that video is accurate?
I do. We very commonly find that at various places, the level of accuracy to their date and timestamps can be exactly right, or they can be off by a significant margin. So the best practice, and what I did in this case, is I will ask to see their live view, and the live view typically has a timestamp, as it did in this case, and then I will use my cell phone, my work cell phone's location time, or my work cell phone's time, and if they match up, then to me that indicates that the timestamp is probably relatively reliable, particularly if I'm there just the day after the video that I'm looking for.
In this case, was the date timestamp correct for that Burger King?
Yes, that's right.
Did you then ask to watch the surveillance video from that morning of July 11th?
I did.
And as you were watching it, did you see a red SUV and a person that appeared to be Lori Vallow going through the drive-thru?
I did.
Do you recall about what time you saw that happen?
I want to say the timestamp on that is around 7:20 something.
Is it 7:54?
7:54. That is probably correct, yes.
So if you're looking at a timestamp at 7:54 and you know the 911 call is at 8:36, are you already starting to wonder what's going on here?
Yes, this was one of the concerns that led us to pursue this avenue of investigation.
And you're aware that Lori Vallow had told Detective Inclan that she had left right after Charles was shot.
That is what I was told.
So if she left right after he was shot, she somehow is already at Burger King more than 40 minutes after the shooting, before the 911 call.
Correct.
Did you look at various channels from that surveillance video at Burger King?
I did.
And did you also ask to obtain a receipt from her purchase?
I did.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 217 and 218.
Thank you.
We're looking at 217 and 218. Do those contain affidavits from Burger King authenticating both the recording and the receipt?
They do.
And is that from the Burger King that you went to obtain that video and that receipt?
It is.
The state will move to admit 217 and 218.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
217 and 218 are admitted.
Now, just so we know, although we have the video right there and that's been admitted, did you create a PowerPoint we're going to get to in a bit that actually includes the relevant portions of that video in it?
I did.
Okay. So ultimately, we have 7:54-ish that you see Lori Vallow going through the Burger King. Were you then ever asked to meet with Lori Vallow to get that hotel key, still on the 12th here?
Yes, that's correct.
Where did you meet with her?
I met with her at the Four Peaks house.
Okay. Do you recall meeting with her there around 2:10 in the afternoon on July 12th?
Yes, that's right.
Did she provide you with a key card to a hotel, or what looked like a key card to a hotel?
She did.
Do you see that person who gave you Charles Vallow's key card in the courtroom today?
I do.
And can you point her out and identify what she's wearing?
Yes. She's sitting at the defense table wearing a black blazer.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
It shall.
Now, at this time, you had already watched the Burger King video that we've discussed. Did she appear to be the same person you saw driving that red Kia Sorento?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you went to the residence at 5531 South Four Peaks, did you see a red Kia Sorento at that residence?
I did.
And did that have Colorado license plates of BRS 084?
It did.
Did that appear to match the vehicle you also saw going through the drive-thru of that Burger King?
It did.
When you got the key card, did you then meet up with Detective Moffett to go to the hotel?
Correct.
And was that the True Hilton at 1950 South Santan Village Parkway in Gilbert?
Yes.
When you went there, were you able to verify that that's where Charles Vallow was staying?
Yes, I believe Detective Moffett spoke to them, but then we were directed to a room. To a room.
So were you present with Detective Moffett during that?
I was present, yes.
Okay. And so you were provided with a room number where he was staying?
Yes.
And were you provided, well, you had a room key already to get in there?
Correct.
Did you, while you were there or later, obtain both an affidavit and record showing that Charles Vallow had stayed at that hotel?
Yes.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 219.
Thank you.
Does 219 contain an affidavit authenticating the reservation and room information for Charles Vallow at that True Hilton Hotel?
It does.
And that's the hotel you had gone to with the key card that you got from the defendant?
Yes, that's correct.
The state will move to admit, and I forget what number that is. Is that 219? Sorry.
This is 219.
State will move to admit 219.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
219 is admitted.
And if I can publish that
Go
in the
ahead.
Elmo. Thank you. So, let's pull out a little. We see this is from in Exhibit 219, the True Hilton at 1950 South Santan.
Yes.
And did this show that Charles Vallow arrived on the 10th and was supposed to leave on the 13th?
Yes, that's correct.
And then were you also provided with information that this was Charles Vallow's room?
Yes, that's right.
Did you and Detective Moffett go into room 127?
We did.
And when you went in there, what was inside?
There were items that I understood to belong to Mr. Vallow. That was our primary reason for being there, was to secure them. A backpack, 2 suitcases, I believe, at least 1 laptop computer. I assisted in gathering these up and impounding them.
Okay. So all of those items were brought to the Chandler Police Department and impounded?
That's right.
Okay. After you had gone to the True Hilton Hotel, did you also learn that the defendant had told Detective Enclem that she had stopped at a Walgreens to buy some flip-flops?
Initially, I was told a CVS. Whether I misunderstood or there was a miscommunication, I initially believed it was a CVS.
So did you try to locate a CVS in the generic area that you're looking at of the Burger King and the school?
I did. I tried actually 7 different CVS locations trying to locate video and wasn't able to.
So at that point, you were unable to verify that initially?
Correct.
Were you then asked to review the GPS data that was extracted from Charles Vallow's cell phone?
I was.
Did you have anything to do with extracting the data from his cell phone?
I did not.
Can you talk to us about this GPS data that's part of this extraction? Like, do all cell phones give us GPS data?
As an end user and the person who doesn't do the extraction, depending on a particular user's settings, particularly if we're talking about smartphones, phones equipped with a GPS module and where that GPS module is working, they may record the GPS location of the device for various reasons, depending on the settings. I, for example, keep my GPS location off, so you would not expect to find very many GPS recorded locations on my device. Many people keep them on. I find it's quite common. If so, then the people in the computer forensics unit are able to extract data from the phone to include logged GPS locations, and then can produce that in a report, which as an end user, I can view the latitude, longitude that was recorded by the device for one reason or another, and the date and time that it was recorded by the device. And that gives us GPS locations to look at for where the device may have been.
So for Charles Vallow's phone, were you, through that extraction, provided with, I'll call it ongoing GPS data location for his phone on July 11th?
Yes, so there were GPS locations recorded on the device for July 11th, which was the time period of interest, and I was able to look at those.
Okay. So did you look and see if there were GPS location device information on the phone for other dates as well?
I did not do that.
You're just looking at the date of this shooting?
Correct.
And when we talk about the device, so this is telling you not who has the device, just where the device is.
That's right.
When you were looking at that GPS data from the extraction of Charles Vallow's phone, did you discover that Lori Vallow may have actually gone to a Walgreens?
I did.
Based upon looking at that information, did you find an address at 785 South Cooper Road that corresponded to a Walgreens where you saw the device at around 8:15 a.m. on July 11th?
I did.
Based upon seeing that GPS data, did you go to that Walgreens?
Yes, I initially called. I eventually went.
After going to 7 CVS, you decided to call?
I decided to call.
And when you called, did you learn that they did in fact, well, what did you do? How did they know what you're even looking for?
I called, asked to speak to a manager, as I will often do in things like this, and said, I don't tell them specifically why, but I'm looking to see if a person came through, and I provide a general description of that person and what it is that they may have purchased. Usually that's enough. That's what I did in this case. That's enough for them to find if they do or don't have that transaction on video. That's what I did.
So you have the time and the date, the 8/15 and July 11th, and you just give them a description and see if they can find anything that matches?
Correct.
Did they advise you they did?
They did.
Did you go to that Walgreens and obtain a copy of that surveillance footage
I did.
from multiple cameras?
Correct.
Did you also obtain a copy of the receipt of her purchase?
I did.
My paralegal can approach with 216. And so looking at 216, do you see an affidavit for that Walgreens that you contacted regarding obtaining both the surveillance video and the receipt, as well as a copy of the receipt and the video itself?
I do.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 216.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
216 is admitted.
And if I can publish the receipt portion. So for this receipt, it advises that at 8:19, there was a purchase for 2 different pairs of flip-flops.
Yes.
Okay. And that corresponded to what you observed on the video that is in this exhibit as well?
Yes, that's correct.
In watching this video, did you recognize the person making that purchase?
I did.
And who did you recognize that to be?
I recognized Ms. Lori Vallow, at the time now Ms. Daybell, from having seen the body-worn video and also having met her in person.
Okay. And the video that you obtained here, did you also incorporate that into a PowerPoint presentation that you created showing the GPS data location from July 11th of 2019?
I did.
When you, well, let me ask you, so did you create a PowerPoint presentation of the GPS data from Charles Vallow's cell phone for July 11th of 2019?
I did.
When you were creating this PowerPoint, did you use any phone records for other individuals such as Lori Vallow?
I did.
When you were creating this PowerPoint, did you utilize cell phone records, and I think you talked to us about the difference here, and cell tower data that was provided to you by the providers, and by providers I mean like a T-Mobile or an AT&T?
Those records were provided to Chandler Police Department, not to me directly. I later obtained copies that I used to incorporate in my presentation.
So were you aware of search warrants that were issued to obtain cell phone records to include cell tower data for several different individuals?
Yes.
So in your PowerPoint presentation, did you utilize GPS data That was for Lori Vallow's Verizon cell phone with a phone number of 808-755-5452.
One minor clarification, I wouldn't
Sure.
I wouldn't call it GPS data particularly. There's location
Cell tower
data,
data.
correct, but not specifically derived via GPS, as was the data from Mr. Vallow's phone.
And if I can have Exhibit 222. In Exhibit 222, do we see both an affidavit authenticating Lori Vallow's Verizon cell phone records for that 808-755-5452? Thumb drive of all of the phone records?
Yes, it does.
And does it also include some printouts from those records themselves?
Yes, it does.
State will move to admit 222 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
222 is admitted.
Did you utilize then some of the cell tower data that was provided by Verizon in those records for Lori Vallow's cell phone in your PowerPoint presentation?
I did.
Did you also become aware of the police executing a search warrant for another cell phone associated to Lori Vallow with T-Mobile for 480-692-9562?
Yes.
Were you provided with those records so that you could also look at the cell tower usage of that phone on July 11th?
Yes.
If my paralegal can approach with 220. Looking at Exhibit 220, is there an affidavit in there from T-Mobile
Yes, there is.
related to, again, Lori Vallow, 480?
That's correct.
Does it also include a thumb drive of all the records in there,
It does.
as well as some of the records printed out?
Yes, it does.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 220.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
220 is admitted.
If I can just do one more before we
Go ahead.
Were you also made aware that search warrants were executed to obtain Verizon cell phone records for Alexander Cox for a phone number of 480-3? Did you utilize those records and the cell tower data that was part of them in your PowerPoint presentation for July 11th of 2019?
Yes.
And if I can have my paralegal approach with 221. Looking at 221, do you see an affidavit there from Verizon for the Verizon cell phone records for 480-310-9120?
I see an affidavit, but I see this is the number ending 5452.
And if you can look at is there a second affidavit in there?
Yes, this does include 9120, but I saw in the envelope here it lists the
And
other
there's-
number.
Perfect. So there's an affidavit in there for the 9120 number
There is.
associated with Alexander Cox.
Yes,
And there's also a thumb drive in there of all the phone records associated with, again, that number 480-310-9120.
yes,
And those were, again, records that you utilized in creating your PowerPoint for
Yes.
July 11th. The state will move to admit Exhibit 221.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
221's admitted.
Now, you talked to us earlier about your training and experience in using GPS data and cell tower data, correct?
Yes.
When you are looking at either GPS data from a cell phone or cell tower data from a provider, do you try to verify the accuracy of that information by comparing it to other sources?
Absolutely.
For instance, you told us that you were using the GPS data from Charles Vallow's cell phone, and you went to Burger King.
Correct.
And were you looking at the times to see if the GPS data and time matched what you saw in that video?
Yes, with one slight correction. I went to the Burger King initially because it was the closest one. Later, when I was given the GPS data, I looked and saw that it did, in fact, accord to the Burger King. And then I went to the Walgreens because of what I had seen in the GPS data. In either direction that you do that in, essentially what I'm trying to do is make sure just because a device has logged a location at a particular date and time doesn't have to mean it was there. The device could be wrong. It could have been changed in some way. One of the things that we do to make sure that we are relying on good data only is to find other means of corroborating if the device was apparently at that location.
Thank you. So I have this plugged in here, if I can just admit it, but did you provide the state with Exhibit 209, that is a thumb drive of your PowerPoint print?
Yes.
Did you sign, and I think put your badge number on the back of it?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's something you created that we've talked about, incorporating all of these different records that we've discussed.
That's correct.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 209 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
209's admitted.
Might be a good time to break
Right.
before we start with this.
All right, let's take our noon recess. I'll remind the jury of the admonition. We'll resume with the jury at 1:30 p.m.
All rise for the jury.
Sorry, guys. Oh. He said, what, 1:30? Is that what he said they were coming back? Their time? Oh, goodness. Move everything out of my way here. Okay. What? Oh, we get the shot of the outside again. Hey, are those benches, were they there before? Why did I never notice them? The witch case? Okay, y'all discussing it. I don't think I know that case either. Hazy, distant podcast consumer memory, right, Miss Shorty? I feel that in my soul. I watch some documentaries. It depends on what it's about, who it's about. Miss Shorty, do you have anything on Karen Reed? Any updates out there? They seated a damn jury yet? What's going on? In fact, are you still planning to go live tonight? I'm going to go grab your link and drop it. There weren't really any good updates out earlier before I went live. There's Miss Shorty's link, guys. For anybody who doesn't have it, go sub up and turn on your notifications and go over there and join Camp Shorty on the weekends. It's a good time. She'll be doing updates at night, recaps of Karen Reed's trial. Oh, yeah. Things like that can happen. Oh, it's ridiculous to get like 2 extra, alternates just in case. They must expect some, funny business or whatever you want to call it. They expect some drama, some fireworks to go down over there. They're needing 18 people just in case. That's crazy. So crazy. So in case you guys missed it, I went live earlier this morning before this live to bring you to day 6 of today's trial, with a little update on the Delphi case. Some more discovery was released. Court TV actually had it, and this was only on there. It may be on YouTube now, I don't know. It was on the website, and it was Vinnie Politan Investigates, and he had Barbara McDonald on, and he had Bob Mata on. But they have the video of where Rick Allen's car was allegedly captured on the Hoosier Harvester video. And I've since found out that I now have a picture. I don't have it on the computer. I'm trying to remember exactly where I got it. It was in a document dump thingy I saw earlier. It was on Twitter, I think, or somebody sent it to me. But anyways, documents, there was a picture. We all knew that. So Abby had taken a picture of Libby, on the bridge and posted it. There was also one that wasn't made public until recently. We learned about it, where they were in the car together on the way to the bridge, where they also took a picture where Abby was in the back seat and Libby was up front. That picture was released in exhibits as well, and I have that one. I just don't have it up on the computer yet. It's on my phone. I gotta send it over there to my computer. But it's crazy that we're getting stuff now after trial, and it's also odd that a lot of people have put in a lot of FOIA requests and paid a lot of money to get those documents and different things and have been denied or are still waiting, haven't heard anything, and then a select 1 or 2 here or there are getting things. It's really strange. A YouTuber got, the interrogation videos first and the jailhouse phone call or prison calls, and then now they have this video out with allegedly with Rick's car on it. It looks like his car. I expected his car to be there, honestly. The man said he was there, did all the things. So go check that out if you guys want to see that video. I'm sure it'll be everywhere soon, other than just Court TV. I checked the website earlier for Rick Allen's, I guess, defense team or whatever, and it wasn't out there, and it didn't seem like a lot of people had it yet, so I don't know what. Like I said, they're trickling out information in Delphi as they see fit, as usual. Here we go. Okay. Her first live for 10 nights will be your Thursday night. Oh, her Friday night, Karen Reed or not. Streaming is dynamic. Fly by the seat of the pants. Yes, ma'am. You have to, right? I have to go with the flow. Yeah. Yeah, there's all like those damn caves and things like that are up there around Sebastian Rogers' house. And there were like deep holes in the ground that you could step off in, and just all kinds of places like that that just are genuinely there. They're legit. And often wondered, did he step into something, and it just kind of like swallowed him up, and they literally did look into the caves, with cameras. They couldn't enter some of the caves. They said it was too dangerous, but they did look into some with cameras, because they knew that was an option. But I can't help but wonder, did he venture off into the woods and fall in, wells? Remember baby Jessica from back in the day? That little girl who went down the well and was down there for, God, I forgot how long now she was down there. They were able to get her out. People fall into things all the time. Isn't that's the crazy thing? What if like something legit like that happened and nobody ever knew, and it was just one of the, weird. What was that kid's name in Texas? Caleb Harris. Was that his name? That they finally found that was in the water system thing, where he had appeared to have maybe stepped off into one of their holes and just like, no, what's happening here? They still haven't explained how he ended up where he ended up. Yeah, Mara Murray. I mean, some of these people just like vanish off the face of the earth, and it's like, where did they go? Not a soul saw them. Not anybody saw anything nefarious. Nobody suspicious. Nothing. Just gone. How does that happen? What happened to them? It's insane. I'm going to take this down and see if we can. I'm going to go and see if there's any updates on the Twitter. There may not be that. Well, there might be a few. Ooh, what in the world? I don't understand what people post on Twitter sometimes, or why. I don't question it. I just scroll past it. I'm like, alrighty. Um, People ask the strangest questions on Twitter. My God, especially about the Brian Koberger case. Is it possible that Hitler is interrupting the defense all the time, the way he does, to prevent them from making the record? Hmm. um, it's still getting on the record, honey. Someone answered no, and she's like, "Oh, so it's a hard yes then? Well, you might as well give up that conversation, hun." All right, guys, let me go see if our people. Let's go look and see if Joe has done anything. Joe's probably enjoying a lunch right now, maybe. Nope, he talks about going into the cell phone data guy, and then they're out for lunch break. After reviewing the data from Charles' cell phone extraction, he realized Lori went to the Walgreens and not the CVS. So we are caught up on that. Oh no. Right? Well, I'm glad you feel better, and we are glad you did not die. Those are you needed. Those are very serious. Asthma attacks are no fun. I bet I don't have to deal with them, but I'm sure they are. You know, my son had them for like a long time. He grew out of them for the most part, but there's times he still has he takes nebulizer treatments on the regular. So Sorry, guys, I had to mute out to cough. I'm almost over this cough. Ugh. No inhaler. Goodness, that's not good. How do you survive? How did you survive? Is Joe Schmo in here? Oh, there he is. We were just talking about you. We just trolled your Twitter, looking for your update. We figured you were enjoying some lunch. Today is not as entertaining, but important witnesses. Yeah, we've been watching the witnesses for sure. Yeah, we're waiting on that. We've definitely been sitting here watching them and commenting. So what is the vibe like in there? It's not as crowded as it was yesterday, right? Not as many people today. Yeah, Miss Shorty, you feeling better? You okay now? All good? Yeah. Do we need to get an inhaler fund going? Yes, right. Good advocates are so important. They really are. Lisa, get an inhaler. Get an inhaler. We cannot have you not being able to do Camp Shorty and all the things. For sure. So are we almost through with the state's witnesses? We've had 2 so far. That's like, there were 6 yesterday, 2 this morning. That's 8. How many were left? Was it 9-ish? I can't imagine how much longer they have to go. And so far, I've not seen anybody come out with text or communications directly between Lori and her brother about carrying this act out in that man. You know what I mean? Like talking about it. Hey, he's going to be here at a certain time. That'll be the best time. Let's do it this way. Let's do it that way. Things, anything that would allude to them conspiring to lure him there and to get him in there. Joe says, not as crowded today. A few empty public seats helping around. Yeah, I heard that there wasn't a lot is there. Helping around a blind lady that came from Seattle to trial watch. Well, Joe, you're a good citizen. It's very nice of you. Right, Shorty? I'm saying, girl, even if I get a hurricane, don't get no power, and they knock out my Wi-Fi, I can at least get on my phone and talk. Won't be able to do much of a show, but I can talk. It's crazy. We do what we got to do. Take this down. Okay, so I still have Joe's Twitter pulled up from our trolling expedition at Twitter. We do that on breaks, Joe. Anytime there's a break or a sidebar or anything going down, jury questions, and we got a minute, we'll go troll. Three more state witnesses after Werther. Okay, Moffin and Duncan, 2 of the 3. I thought they were the 2. I thought those 2 were left at least. So a total of 11 witnesses since yesterday were made. Okay. So if we only got 3 more to go, and we get back this afternoon, and we've been wrapping things up my time around 5:30ish, 6 o'clock, depending. We'll at least get through 2 of those guys today, right? You think? Depends. Especially if Lori's not got much to say or not any good questions, or she's going to stand there and ask ridiculous questions over and over that's only bolstering the state's case against her. That's the funniest thing. As she's sitting there questioning these damn detectives, and they're referring to her as you instead of the defendant, because normally it would be a defense attorney they're talking to, and they would go the defendant. They're going, you told me, you said blah blah blah. And I think that's funny as shit. I'm like, damn, Lori, you don't even realize You're sitting here helping present the state's case, you jackass. But that's okay. We're here for it. Where's our popcorn emojis? You want to be stupid, Lori? We're not going to stop you. Who are we? Let her hang herself, right? Just let her be. Let her be. Lori lives in her own little world. Lori land. Let's see. See that stupid thing? It says 15 minutes ago. It's a news update. And then when you click it, it says 5 days ago. I'm like, no. You ridiculous thing, you. You're bothering me. I know, right? Jason Hunsaker is the third state witness. Not sure of the order those three will be called. Awesome. Sorry, guys, my nose. I'm coming off of this damn sinus, whatever this was, infection, I guess. It's so weird, a defendant questioning herself. And if Lori does end up taking the stand, her assistant or I don't guess the investigator can do it. Her paralegal or her assistant attorney can get up there and question her. But what are they going to question her to? I was done wrong. Charles cheated on me with that Nancy Joe chick. They talked about me the whole time they were at dinner. Kay came at me sideways. I got all Charles's money and I had the 5 kids. Like, bitch, sit down. Sit down, Lori. We ain't got time for that shit. We'll call Kay back to the stand, right? And get some old boy up in here. Go, Kay, go. I like it, Kay bringing the oh boy. Oh, okay. I didn't know what that was. I was looking at it first. Joe, what do you got lined up right here? I'm looking at. Let me see. Oh, is this the interview, Joe, that you were talking about? Is that going to air later? 3 days from now. Okay. Do you mind if I show the little trailer deal you got going on here? Let me read the caption for you guys. Or I'll drop Joe's link. I'm sure most of you have it. Go over and check this out. So Joe's got this up. Premieres April 18th. Join him for an intimate interview with Janelle Murphy, a former member of a Preparing of the People organization, now dedicates her life to healing and teaching Native American studies. In this episode of Doomsday Darkness, she joins me to share her personal journey, the importance of spiritual guidance, and what it means to find true closure after surviving a dark chapter. Together we explore how reconnecting with cultural traditions, ancestral wisdom, and inner healing can transform even the darkest experiences. Interesting. Interesting topic. Let's see. Let's take a look. Let me pull up the screen. Let's see. Yeah, okay, we got this, Joe. Let me show you guys. All right. I'm going to play this.
So I understand that you have come to the Phoenix area to go watch a couple of days of the trial of Lori Vallow Daybell.
Yes, I have been through the start with her and Chad, and a lot of the others through this process because I knew them, except for not a lot about Lori. So maybe I'm here because this is a little bit of a closure for me.
Okay.
personally.
Okay.
So I knew a lot of them. I associated with everybody who was involved in this case, but the main one I didn't was with Lori. And
Okay.
so I feel like I'm here to kind of wrap up that, have my own closure, and just be here for anybody. So I think this is, I have said in a different interview that I felt like there was like a higher purpose for this, and I got roasted. But I tell you what, now that we're kind of tying things up with the rest of this and kind of on the tail end now, I do see that higher purpose. And that higher purpose is it's brought a lot of people together. And it's brought a lot of people around the victims and the families of them. And it gives us an opportunity to support them and love them and offer any love or encouragement and give them strength in what they need. So I do see now the higher purpose of what.
Oops, sorry, I was muted. There's the link to Joe's channel, guys. So Janelle was a friend. Janelle was friends with Melanie Gibb, and Joe has met her and has an interview with her coming up. So you can go over and turn your notifications on for that, so you can be on the lookout and give that a view. That'll be an interesting conversation. Sorry, guys, I was looking around. Oh, hold on. Lord, I just realized somebody was live and who their guest was. I was like, oh, wow, okay. I'll have to tune in later, maybe. Maybe. Um, I was looking for a Karen Reed update, guys, but I don't see anything on her right this second. I do know people post some crazy shit out there, guys. Do you wonder what? I mean, have you ever like scrolled through your stuff and you're like, what in the world? Is it just me? I'm like, I scream, what's going on sometimes. I'm like, I don't even know what's happening. A missing toddler found safe in northern Arizona. Let's see what happened to him. Let's turn this on. Let's turn this on. Let me pull the screen up for you guys. I'm just trolling the YouTubes to see what's out there while we're killing time here, wasting time.
Just a little while ago, we let you know that a little boy who went missing in Seligman has been found safe, so that is certainly good news. But a lot of questions about this, especially as how this boy apparently walked away from his home, and we know there were some 40 people involved in the search.
So Paul Wick, the public affairs officer with the Yavapai County Sheriff's Office, is on the phone right now. Paul, thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Scott.
So what happened to this little boy?
So yesterday, around 4:30 p.m., the family was, they have another kid. They were dealing with the other kid, changing diapers. The husband was outside working on the house, and she turned her back for a minute, and her son, her 2-year-old, had wandered off the property.
And so what'd you find today? How'd you find him?
So we had over 40 search and rescue volunteers show up last night, and DPS helicopter helped out, and several deputies, and many stayed overnight to search throughout the night. And this morning, about approximately 7 miles away, a rancher called in and said that there's a little boy on the property. And from all the Facebook posts he had seen, he was like, "This is probably the young boy that was missing."
Oh my goodness, that's just incredible. 7 miles away from home, a 2-year-old out in the elements overnight. How is he doing? What condition was he found in?
He was very relieved. Obviously, he's 2 years old. He had some scratches, but his health was pretty good. This is rugged terrain. This isn't like a walk in the park. You know, he was going over some rough terrain, mountain lion territory, and so when the rancher, when the little boy arrives on the rancher's property, it was actually the rancher's dog that came in and grabbed him and brought him into the house.
Oh my gosh!
Wow.
So you think this 2-year-old walked 7 miles?
That's
Yeah.
That is
It's
really amazing.
Talk about, you've spoken to the family. I can't even imagine, their worry overnight. This is a parent's nightmare, obviously, and it can happen to anyone. We know kids can just walk away at a moment's notice. You turn your back and it's seconds, they're somewhere else. How's the rest of the family, their reaction this morning?
Yeah, so when we brought him back to his family, they were just, bawling in tears and stuff.
Oh, I'm sure.
So it was a great reunion.
Wow.
Sheriff Rhodes is with me and wants to talk real quick.
Go ahead,
Sheriff Rhodes, thank you for joining us.
Great work by you guys.
Oh, thank you guys so much. First, I want to say how incredibly relieved we are as an agency, as a community, the entire county.
Well, at least they found that kid, and most of them end so tragically. That 7 miles is a long way for a kiddo to walk. Got quite a bit of ways. Lordy, you can't turn your back for a second on little ones, especially inquisitive little boys. You know what I mean? You got one or two. If you got a couple of kids, you got that one that will always get away. That one you got to keep an extra eye on. Happens every time. There's always that one. 7 miles is nuts. They're lucky he got found, Rachel, right? I mean, because we don't usually hear of it working out quite so well. But the last little kid was the one that lived right by the river, was it? We were looking at Firefly. Weren't we looking at the map? That kid lived right on the river. Yeah, they don't usually end well, right? When this stuff happens. To get 7 miles from the house. And when I was raising when my kids were little, I had 3 of them, little doorsteps. If they got quiet, I knew something was up. If all 3 of my kids went silent at the same time, or, even if I didn't hear just one, I'd listen, I would focus, listen. My ears are always on the kids no matter what. But if I didn't hear one for a while, or if they all went silent, I'm like, man, there's something going on. Something. What do we have here? Dallas.
Leaders who have come out. Obviously, Mayor Pro Tem Atkins was out there. I understand Judge Jenkins was out there. Is that customary for these people to kind of pop up as these things go?
Well, it depends on that person's role, right? Dallas ISD trustee Maxie Johnson, who happens to be running for city council, but he was out here this time last year because this is his area, his district that he's responsible for. I did not see Clay Jenkins last time. That doesn't mean he wasn't here, but the Dallas County judge coming out may be a kind of a rare appearance, but depending on that council member or that elected official's, the area that they cover, mean, it would behoove them to be in the loop to know what is happening to their constituents, and so that they can also relay the information. But with it happening twice, this time last year and now this year, I think that might have warranted a little more concern from certain elected officials to say, let me come out here myself and try to see what's going on.
The other piece of information we just got from DPD, and again, I hope you can put this into perspective, they've told us they will not be having a news conference with us. That's actually a bit of good news, I would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we get some details. But again, I forgot how many hours it took for us to have that press conference this time last year, for them to get all the information, because what you would hate to do is have a press conference and not be able to answer questions. And I guarantee you there may be some questions they won't be able to answer. I'm trying to see if we're going to toss us some sound. I know we have sound from a person that was in the school, so I don't know if we want to go to that right now.
Okay, hey, you know what? Let me work on that with the folks back here at home. We want to remind folks you're watching breaking news coverage of a shooting at Wilmer Hutchins High School. We do have much more information than we did when we first came on the air and when we first came online. 3 victims have been transported to Baylor Hospital, 1 transported to Methodist Hospital. That information coming to us from Dallas Fire Rescue. All of them have non-life-threatening injuries. This all started to unfold just after 1 o'clock when Dallas police responded to reports of shots fired on campus. Dallas police, DISD and Dallas police both saying they will not be doing a news conference of any sort right now with us. However, we can pass along the information that they've asked us to update you on. And the most important piece of that is this: the school has been secured. There is no more danger afoot here on campus. And they are asking families to avoid campus. Please do not show up. I know that it's instinctual that you would think, okay, I'm going to go and I'm going to pick up my kid at school. Instead, they're asking folks to go to the Reunification Center, which is at Eagle Stadium. I do want to play for you a little bit of sound that we got with a man who was inside the building at the time of the shooting. Take a listen.
I was sitting there at the waiting room when it happened, when the shots went off.
How many shots do you think went off?
About 7.
7. Do you have a child there, or you were there?
Yes, ma'am. My son, Patrick Campos, goes to that school.
What grade is he in?
He's in the 10th grade.
And where is he?
He's all right. Yeah, I just called him and he's cool. They all got him at the, I think, at the gym or something.
The stadium? Is that where
the stadium.
You guys are headed?
Yes. No, I'm heading home because they're not letting our kids go home yet. They're under investigation and they'll call us.
All right, the other voice you're hearing in that is Fox 4's Peyton Yeager. She is on the scene now as well. I believe David Sintendry is there. Again, we have team coverage happening right now as the situation unfolds at Wilmer Hutchins High School. A lot of questions needing to be answered, and that's about as raw as it gets, folks. I mean, that is the raw video of her asking the questions really in real time, right?
Yes, we are on a break, hun. We certainly are. There at lunch. I was just trolling YouTube and saw that story there. I was looking for a Karen Reed update or anything like that, but I didn't see anything, which doesn't surprise me. I don't know why. I don't know why I expect more. We can get, y'all want to see what is this? I need to click that. Okay. Okay, let me pull this up. And we will get an update from Nate.
Good afternoon, everybody. Quick update for you. We are on day 6 of Lori Vallow Daybell's trial, and the big question is she going to have any witnesses to call? That's what the judge talked about first thing this morning, is that some of her witnesses are getting subpoenas, some aren't. The judge wants to know if they've been served. Larry Woodcock apparently got a subpoena, and that was done inadvertently, but Lori Vallow Daybell's name was signed on it. So and the state brought that up, that Lori signed the subpoena. Why did she sign the subpoena if it was sent as an accident? And Lori responded that she just signed a stack of subpoenas. The judge told her she needs to be more careful. She can't just be doing stuff like that. So Larry Woodcock got a subpoena. Bobby Vallow got a subpoena. Those were both struck. Those aren't happening. But then there's other people on her witness list that haven't got subpoenas and can't be tracked down. And so the state of her witnesses are in flux. We will see what happens when the state rests. The judge reminded her that the state's resting on Thursday, maybe Monday at the latest. And then it's her turn. Then it's Lori's turn, and we'll see if she decides to call anybody, if she can call anybody other than herself. The cross-examination continued with Detective Cassandra Youngklon. I think I'm saying her name right. I was told how to say it, and I put it in my phone. I will have it perfected by tonight. Lori went back and forth with her about whether she was advised that her police interview was being recorded at the police station. The detective said no, because it's a public place. There's no rights of there's the right of privacy is not expected at a police station. She went back and forth over her being notified about Charles's death in front of Tylee, but Lori already knew the fact that, you know, it had happened. And then I think that those were kind of the key points. We had to take a little bit of a break for a technical issue. We went back into court with Detective Ariel Werther. He's the guy who put together all the GPS data points of where Charles's phone went the morning of the shooting, when we presume Lori had the phone. The fact she went to Walgreens, it was kind of a funny moment. He said that he had originally been told it was CVS, so he went to 7 CVS locations. None of them had any record of Lori being there, or none of them had any indication that she had bought flip-flops. Well, once he got Charles's phone, he realized, oh, the phone actually went to a Walgreens. So instead of going over there, he actually called them. And they said, yeah, she was here. So he went, he got the data, he got the receipt from the flip-flops. The times matched up for Charles's phone versus their surveillance footage. He also went to the Burger King where Lori stopped and got the receipt there and the surveillance footage from there. He went to the True Hilton where Charles was staying and was able to get the receipt there. They searched his room, they seized his computer, all of his other personal information that was in there. And after lunch, PowerPoint is going to be shown in court showing all of the activity of his phone, of Charles's device. So should be interesting as he lays it all out for the jurors and gets, lays out the GPS points and things like that. That's kind of a quick catch-up as far as what we have been doing here today. Just recorded a quick little hit with Dateline. They're going to have something coming out this week with the latest on the trial. And tonight we'll be back with Courtroom Insider to break it all down. Hope you can join me at 8 o'clock Mountain Time. That's 7 o'clock here in Arizona and Pacific Time. Seats were pretty full today. I think every seat, maybe 2 or 3 were empty. But other than that, a lot of people from different states are here. I met people from Utah, from Seattle, Arizona, of course, Idaho, and yeah, people are still interested. How you doing? Good. Good. Just doing a little live video here, waiting for my sandwich. Jimmy Jones's lunch today, everybody. Okay, so I'm gonna head inside. I'm gonna grab this lunch and stay tuned. Tonight we will have the latest. Hope you're watching. Appreciate your support. We'll see you. By the way, I apologize. This is a long story, but we got a brand new internet provider at East Idaho News before this trial that promised us no interruptions and incredible speeds and no tech issues, because I said we cannot have any interruptions with this video feed or anything. And guess what? Almost every day there's been an issue, especially today. And thank you for being patient with us. I'm told we've figured it out, so the feed should be good from here on out. But it's beyond our control. I will say too, the room where the camera is at the courthouse has the worst cell phone reception. It's like a black hole. So to feed the video out of there is a little bit complicated, a little bit challenging. So, okay, I think I'm good. I think I'm gonna get my sandwich. They're telling me that it's probably ready. So we'll see ya. Bye.
Interesting, another Dateline piece, right? Okay, Miss Shorty, thank you. I'm gonna get that. Okay, it's Julie Grant, but still, I like it when Julie Grant starts ranting. Fired up, Julie. Okay, hold on, let me see here. Okay, let me we do it this way. To here. It's the court TV piece, right? Okay. Oops, no. Cancel. Stay. It's that I need to get rid of. Okay. Okay, let's see. All right, scroll down to it. Come on, work with me here. Work with me here. Court TV detailing all the charges that Karen Reed. Wow, that was loud. That Karen Reed faces. This is what Miss Shorty sent me over in the Discord. These people, they speak quickly, y'all. Should I bump them up to 1.25? Okay, we will to see how it goes. Let me get the screen up there. And here we go.
I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Karen Reed is innocent.
We find ourselves deeply divided by fundamental differences in our opinions and state of mind.
We stand for the O'Keefe family. We stand for John O'Keefe. This is an abomination what's happening.
No matter how long it takes, no matter how long they keep trying, we will not stop fighting. We have no quit.
We're in Dedham, Massachusetts this morning as jury selection continues in the retrial of defendant Karen Reed. She's accused of killing her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, by knocking him over with her car while she was driving drunk. This was in January of 2022. And as of this morning, there are 16 jurors out of 18 that have been selected. And we've seen jurors dropping as days have gone on. So who knows what this morning will bring. Opening statements could potentially happen tomorrow if they get the jury seated. Court TV Crime and Justice correspondent Matt Johnson has the latest.
Julie, good morning. Today is day 10 of jury selection in the Karen Reed murder retrial. Monday ended with no additional jurors being seated to hear the case. So far, 16 jurors have been seated. That includes 8 men and 8 women. The court is looking to seat at least 18 before opening statements. There was also a number of new court filings on Monday, including journalist Gretchen Voss from Boston Magazine and the blogger known as Turtle Boy. Both filed motions to be excluded from sequestration because they want to be able to cover the trial even though they're on the witness list. The Commonwealth also filed notice that prosecutors intend to use interviews that Karen Reed has given leading up to the retrial.
Mr. Reed, you mentioned that this case is national now.
Yes.
Today, prosecutors filed a notice that they plan to use your daughter's statements as evidence against her and your interviews as well. How does that make you feel?
Come at me. I live by the truth. I answer to a higher maker. And I'll tell the entire truth. And there's nothing we are hiding in the Reed family.
And again, jury selection continues today, which means
He said, come at me. Y'all hear him?
opening statements could be as early as tomorrow, Julie.
All right, so let's talk about this case some more. I want to welcome in a very special guest. He used to head up the homicide unit in Norfolk County, Massachusetts. Attorney Rick Grundy in the private sector now and joining us this morning to discuss the case. Rick, always great to have you here. Could we talk a little bit about what the state is going to have to be proving here? And I'm seeing so much confusion among folks when I see things come up done by content creators on TikTok or wherever, where people are going, how could this be a murder? How can you have a murder? There was no planning. There was no, and they're getting at the lack of premeditation. And I want to say, well, look at the charges. This isn't murder 1. This is murder 2 we've got. What does that involve in Massachusetts, Rick? To get to murder 2, what kind of intent needs to be proved?
Well, that's a great question because murder 2 in Massachusetts has been described at times by a judge to a jury as murder that is not murder in the first degree. There's a number of ways in which murder can be a first degree murder, but in this case, and usually it is by way of premeditation, which does not, I think the looking at it from the back end, it's that second degree murder does not have to have premeditation in the sense of a first degree homicide. So there's a blurred line at best between a really bad voluntary manslaughter case where it's just a super high degree of negligence to prove guilt and a second degree in Massachusetts, which takes it to just another level where there's something more than negligence. So It's not described as a specific intent, but with some level of intent or depravity be above the normal standard of negligence. And it's a gray area. There's no question about it.
Sure. Rick, would recklessness get the Commonwealth there?
Again, so we're right with a foot on either side of the line at recklessness. And to be honest with you, which is not, when it comes to jury instructions in the law, not how you want to have it play out, but it's going to depend on both the evidence and the sufficiency of the arguments on either side with respect to, is that recklessness at a level where there's a depravity for human life in the action, or is it more along the lines of negligence, just unintentional, completely negligence in their actions?
Well, this is fascinating, Rick. Does this hinge on whether she was allegedly trying to hit him, or whether she was just not thinking, enraged, and did a three-point turn and happened to hit him? Is that kind of the line it teeters on?
So for second degree, arguably, and I think a lot of times this is the way it's charged this way. If she puts it in reverse and says, I'm going to hit this guy, you could go with premeditation there. You're going to hit a person with a car. There's a likelihood that they are going to die. But I think in this situation, they're like, we don't have strong evidence. They're having an argument. She's under the influence of alcohol. That there was, and as you know, Julie, premeditation can occur within seconds. But they decided that the evidence there was not strong enough to establish that, and that's what landed them on second. You got that depravity for the well-being or life of another by purposely putting it in reverse, going backwards, seemingly with the intent to hit this person. So that's kind of what put them in the middle ground. And I hate to say it, but I've certainly seen situations where a prosecutor's office will charge second degree looking for a plea on manslaughter.
Sure. Rick, you know, I've said all along that I saw this case as a manslaughter case. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I wonder if we would be here today had the charges not been upped. When there was a decision made to go to the grand jury, I can see why they've gone with murder too. I get it. Yes, I acknowledge it's legally substantiated, but on the facts, I can also see this being a manslaughter case and being resolved with a plea. Do you think had the charges not been upped, then this potentially would have been resolved that way?
I think that's an absolute possibility, and there's so many contingencies to this case. If we go back to the very start, Court TV was there at the very early onset when she was arraigned in the Superior Court, when Dave Yannetti was the sole attorney on it. And the main focus was this broken tail light and the injuries on the arm of Officer O'Keefe. At that point in time, you know, and again, the history of this and how much you bring before a jury is a question, but the history of this is that there was an individual who goes by the name of Turtle Boy, who is behind a keyboard until recently, saying whatever he felt he wanted to say, not answerable to anybody. And that is where this defense, this third-party culprit defense, the seeds of that were sowed and hoed and grown to a certain extent by Turtle Boy, and then taken on by the Reed defense. So take those things out, put this in district court as a vehicular homicide, and I could very well see it going by way of a plea. And I can tell you that I've had conversations with people as intimate to the case as can be on the defense side that initially thought that that was a path it would go.
Rick, I appreciate your honesty. Thank you for all of that. Let's talk about something that's going to be coming into the trial. We've discussed it on Court TV. Now it's official, let's say, a recent filing by the Commonwealth providing the notice to the defense that they intend to use Karen Reed's statements, which they can, as you know, according to the rules of evidence. For anybody wondering, a defendant's statements can come right in. It's excluded from the hearsay rules. I want to play for you, Rick, a couple clips that I think might be hard for the defense to reconcile. Number one, this is Karen Reed and her team when they called for a press conference early on. This is before there was national attention on the case, before anybody really knew much about it, and they were screaming, cover up, cover up. Let's take a look.
It feels we're the only ones fighting for the truth of what happened to John O'Keefe. And me and my family and my attorneys and my team have marshaled every resource to get to the truth. It just feels like no one else wants it.
Karen, just be clear, you didn't do it.
We know who did it, Steve. We know. And we know who spearheaded this cover-up. You all know.
Yes, we do.
Okay, so let's contrast that with her sit-down interview with Boston 25 reporter Ted Daniel. Here's what she said when asked who did it.
If John was beaten up and attacked in that house, who did it? We don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know. And it's not for us to know. Somebody other than Karen is responsible for that, for the killing of John.
Rick, these statements, how do you think the defense is going to reconcile them?
Well, I think they're not. And quite frankly, they don't necessarily have to in front of this jury, because I think in their reflection, as far as a retrial is concerned, what they need to do is take a step back from this. She was framed. She is innocent. Because I think they probably realize at this point in time that they took on a burden there that they do not have to take on. And I think if I were a defense attorney, one of the most telltale statements I heard post-verdict was a juror who went live and said, at the end of this case, I just didn't know what happened. The fact of the matter is that translates to not guilty. Commonwealth's burden 100% to prove this. You don't know at the end of the case what happened. That person is entitled to a verdict that reflects that and not guilty. But they missed out on that because the jury went in there with two stories, a stronger presentation from the defense, and felt that they had to decide on one of those. So I think what they want to do now is take several steps back. To the extent they have to explain the courthouse step interview, this was Karen in her defense, not an attorney, not saying we know who did it in the sense of that we have the individual, but we know what unfolded and it just wasn't her. And beyond that, just the prosecution, and their burden.
Rick, appreciate you sharing that. I am not surprised in the least. One of the things, as you know, I teach trial advocacy, on the side, when I have time. And one of the key things is you teach law students and lawyers, you develop your legal theory, essentially why you should win, why your position is right. And to your point, it was not clear. The Commonwealth didn't do a great job at explaining the exact story of what happened. And then you have the defense trying to put forth, their story, and they exuded a lot of confidence, fell short when it came to the evidence in proving it. As we know, the judge never did give them that third-party culprit instruction that they sought. But this time, it's got to be different, and I really think it will be different. We have someone who teaches trial advocacy, one of the best lawyers around, Hank Brennan, now driving the train for the Commonwealth. Rick, let me ask you, please, a little bit about the jury selection process going on. Do you think we're going to get there anytime soon? I'm curious if you think that we're going to see this jury seated this week, or if it may even take a little longer in light of the fact that these jurors keep being seated and then keep dropping like flies.
I'll only say that I think from the first trial and perhaps carrying on here, this court has been gracious with respect to time, not pushing parties as hard as I usually see in a case of this nature. Yes, I think we'll sit a jury this week. I think if you have to, instead of bringing 50 in, you bring 100 in for the next couple of days, but you get the job done, because as we see, the longer this goes on, you got to be hoping you're not losing more than you're getting.
Right. We'll see if today's the day. Maybe it'll be the day they hit that magic number 18 and keep it. Rick Grundy, I know we have to let you get off to court. You're a busy guy. We certainly appreciate you taking us to school on what's going to happen in terms of the proof process the Commonwealth has to put forth. Thank you so much. We'll see you soon.
Well, goodness. Julie Grant teaches, oh my Lord, right? Usually she's condescending. Sometimes she gets all fired up about cases and it's kind of funny, but other than that, I don't watch her show a lot. I watch Vinny more than I do anybody. I didn't know she taught either. Scary thoughts, right? Scary thoughts. They are still at lunch. Still at lunch. I wonder, let's see. Let me take a look. Ow, something's like itchy. I was just checking the docket really quick for Koberger while we sitting here, and there's nothing new. I'm gonna have to go to the restroom though. I know that. I'm not gonna be able to wait. You guys, I'll be right back. Hang tight. Okay. Um, yeah. Okay. So let me go see what we can troll around on real quick. Let me go look at Gigi's Twitter. Let's go see what Gigi has to say, because they're back in the courtroom on their end. Okay. So 19 minutes ago, she has a poll. The state could rest as early as tomorrow in the Daybell trial. Lori will Lori take the stand in her own defense? What do you guys think? Yes or no? That's the question, right? What do I want to vote? I think she's cocky enough to do it. Ooh, 55.2% think that she will. 6 minutes ago, Detective Duncan is not feeling well. Detective Wormer will be the last witness today. Oh, so we're going to have a short day? The detective we were just viewing before the break is Werner, so, right? Yeah, or Werther? Werner? I don't know. Maybe there's a Werner and a Werther. Okay. So it looks like Duncan they will not be hearing from, I'm assuming. 18 seconds ago, we are back on the record. Detective Werther is starting his PowerPoint on cell phone data. Okay, then maybe after him comes the Werner person, and then after that, they'll probably be wrapping it up if this Duncan guy isn't feeling good. So they haven't been back in the courtroom long, so we are still on that damn delay. And the feed is not up yet. Thank you guys for all hanging out here with me all day and coming in and out as you need to. I totally get it. I get up and have to multitask during all this as well. Let's see. What in the world is this shit? Something about Frontline's reporter Coey Show has obtained surveillance footage showing Washington State University PhD student instructor Patrick Mahoney and WSU employee Gerald Hoff attacking engineer student Jay Sani. Sani claims they assaulted him because he was wearing a Trump hat. These are the same college that Koberger went to, guys. Hold on, I don't know what the hell. I'm just trolling Twitter. Okay, is this them attacking him?
Pullman is farm country and is home to Washington State University, a campus that's focused on academic excellence and is supposed to be welcoming to diverse values and ideas.
So I was walking like this, my head down.
That's why Jay Sani says he never imagined his political leanings would make him a target.
Patrick just probably hates Trump.
After a long day at work, the WSU junior says he got ambushed and jumped by Patrick Mahoney and Gerald Hoff.
Patrick, ripped the hat out of my head.
For wearing this bright red Trump cap.
He said to me, "Go get it, bitch." Or punched me a bunch of times on the back.
Sonny says they unleashed a vicious beatdown, all caught on surveillance cameras right in front of the Coug, a popular campus bar packed with students.
Ooh,
Gerald also
I know where
kicked
the
me
Coug
also
is.
a bunch of times too. Patrick, he grabbed my chest, slammed it on the concrete as I was falling.
He tried to defend himself.
So I had to go throw my food at his face.
But Sonny says 2 against 1 was just unfair.
And I was like, what the hell just happened?
And the melee left him with multiple scrapes and bruises.
All because of this, yeah.
Pullman police eventually found the pair nearby within hours of the chaos.
I've seen this guy campus before. Okay. I know he's like right-wing dude.
Mahoney and Hoff pretty much admitted to the allegations.
I grabbed his hat, threw it, and I said go get it. We did grab him and bring him to the ground.
But tried to downplay the incident.
I didn't hit him. I don't think I did something illegal, right?
It's unwanted touching.
It's unwanted touching. I don't know what that is, right?
In fact, Mahoney tried to victim blame.
He wanted to fight. He got what was coming to him.
The officers didn't buy that story and arrested them on the spot.
You have the right to an attorney if you cannot afford one.
They're now facing 4th-degree misdemeanor assault charges.
See, the thing is that this country, was also built, around tolerance.
Sonny says he doesn't know Hoff, but his prior interactions with Mahoney may have played a role in this assault, since the two are at opposite ends of the political spectrum.
Patrick said, I'm a communist because the system fails people.
Sonny is a Republican and volunteers with conservative groups on campus like Turning Point USA.
Can you tell me about Patrick?
He seemed like a nice dude.
Mahoney is a WSU graduate student and instructor, teaching a freshman-level political science class.
Had his beliefs and
By all accounts, Mahoney is a notorious far-left activist.
Of course, I'm going to think you are beyond insane.
Who hates conservative values and is a regular at pro-Hamas protests in the city.
almost 30,000 Gazan civilians have been killed.
Recently, he was part of a group pressuring the Pullman City Council to pass a resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza, but that went nowhere.
To support the revolution, support the resolution.
Workers everywhere are rising up.
Sonny says Mahoney has strong ties to the Democratic Socialists of America, progressive pro-labor groups, and is someone who publicly touts his admiration for the Communist Party. Look at the hammer and sickle pin he's wearing in this official school photo.
Mahoney's goal is to turn this country into a communist dictatorship or a communist authoritarian system.
I give him a hit to be like, don't with this anymore.
This violent incident happened in late February, and the school temporarily suspended Mahoney from classes and teaching duties. But Sonny is speaking up now since he's hearing his attacker could be reinstated and doesn't want that to happen.
He really shouldn't be teaching here, in my opinion, because, if you can't tolerate different opinions, then what's the point?
School leaders would not comment on this matter, citing student privacy laws.
I wanted to see if Mr. Mahoney wants to tell his side of the story.
No, go away.
Mahoney refused to talk after I door-knocked him at his off-campus apartment.
Gerald's in the black. Gerald Hoff is in the black.
We were unable to reach Hoff to get his side of the story, but found his LinkedIn account indicating he's employed at WSU. Again, the school would not comment on Hoff's status either.
Trump won the elections because the left was so toxic.
Meanwhile, Sonny is still wearing that MAGA.
Good Lord, it was all... Lord, these college kids and their political fighting. Lordy, beating each other up over it. That's ridiculous. Just keep walking, all right? I ignore a lot of things I see people wearing. It ain't taking up no headspace in my head. Yeah, damn. Pro burgers. Firefly. I could say something right now, but Lordy. There's some things in that case I've been thinking about, and I need to get organized and my thoughts organized on it. I need my thoughts organized. I've been busy. Still trying to organize my thoughts on some of this new Delphi shit. Oh, let me see something. Just keep walking, right? What is it even worth? I was looking at Twitter, guys, to see if we had any updates on anything that we haven't seen yet. It doesn't look like it. Nothing going on. What are you guys up to? What are y'all doing for dinner? I have no clue. I don't. I know it won't be anything major. Might heat up the oven and throw something in it and call it a day. Close the door and walk away till it beeps, right? Beep beep, done. My kind of meal. Crawl up in my bed and eat and binge watch something. Which I say I'm going to do sometimes and never do because I don't watch much TV. I'm usually watching a stream that I've missed or something. Yeah. Is it really intense there with the? I guess a lot of colleges have that kind of climate from what we hear. I guess some more so than others. It's crazy. Shouldn't come to violence. That's not going to solve any damn thing, is it? Right? Not going to solve anything. Mm, there you go. My son loves ice cream sandwiches. I like them, but not like a ton, a lot. I'm not real huge. Okay, I like ice cream, but I have autoimmune disease, and too much dairy bothers me. Um, just makes my stomach feel super heavy. So I don't eat a ton of ice cream, but there's some specific ice creams out there that I love. Yeah, usually around here it is Taco Tuesday, but they weren't home yesterday for dinner because they went off to a restaurant with my son's dad's family. I made myself a taco, well, meal, I guess. I have taco rice, so I just browned me some ground beef and then I put taco seasoning in it, mixed it with my rice, added a little cheese, a tiny bit of beef broth. It was so freaking good. I was surprised. I was like, I think I might toss this in the oven next time and layer it with some cheese and bake it a few minutes and see how it comes out. Nice and cheesy. It was good. It's like that's what I ate yesterday like 3 times. Tonight I think I'm just gonna toss something in the oven. No pizza though. I'm not in the mood. Uh, people in their headlines on their lives really they crack me up, like for real. I think I'm gonna throw beef taquitos and some mozzarella sticks in the oven tonight and just like be whatever. Or I could just make some grilled cheese and potato chips. Like I'm easy to please. I don't I probably should have a better diet, but I don't. Grilling chops tonight. My grandbaby loves me when I make pork chops. That and chicken strips, two of his favorites. But I can, you know what? I can eat dinner without having a meat. It wouldn't bother me. You know what I miss right now? I really want a good steak. I love a good steak. I have to eat them at least once a month. I told my son last night, I was like, it's about time for my steak. Yeah, I don't feel like calling him to tell him to grab me steaks on the way home. I'm not doing that tonight. Although it does sound good. You getting hangry? I'm getting a little bit hangry. Well, I'm getting hungry a little bit. Just a little bit. And I'm still checking the feed, guys. They're still out to lunch. Well, not technically, but they're making us wait. Lord. I guess it's better than not seeing her trial at all, like we didn't the first time around, and like we didn't get to see in Delphi. So I guess we shouldn't complain too bad. I've never had it. I've heard of a lot of different, dishes made with cauliflower, but I've not cauliflower rice. My son, oh my God, my oldest son is like a white rice freak. Like he thinks every time I make a meal, I'm supposed to have some rice to go with it. I'm like, dude, seriously? I like rice too, but it's plain white rice. I need a little something more. I need a variety. Uh-oh. Wait. Rachel says, yum, waiting for husband to smoke brisket. Shush. Shush it. It's my favorite is some freaking brisket. Uh, Walter, I know good food. I do too. I just don't like to cook it. I mean, I'll cook because I have to, but I'm just as down with somebody else cooking it and me eating it. That's the way I roll. But I don't have a lot of I don't live near restaurants, so I don't have a choice. I have to go in there and cook it. By the time I get in the car and go all the way to town and get full at a restaurant, then I'm like, I gotta get all that damn ride back to the house. Then by the time I get home, I just want to go to bed. Yes, girl. My son does. He ain't playing about his rice. He wasn't when he was little. It was funny because when he was little, we he was so picky, such a picky eater, and he had all the preemie and had the problems and whatnot. But anyway, he loved rice so much, and as a joke, his grandmother took an empty crock pot box and she put like this 20-pound bag of white rice in it and wrapped it up, and she gave it to him for Christmas, like a joke gift, right? When that child opened up that damn box and saw that it had a big ass bag of rice in it, I got it on video. He jumped up. He had a cow. It was the best Christmas he ever had. And we were just amazed at how great he thought that was. It was so funny. I'll never forget it. I had rice that lasted for quite a long time. Double cheeseburgers from McDonald's. Ugh. There you go. I make chicken with rice all the time with chicken stock in a pot like that. My son and I like it. My grandson, he'll eat something different, but he doesn't care for that. Yeah, I guess rice goes with everything, but sometimes it's like it be bland. You like put something with it. Let's get creative. Like I like cabbage. I like to fry cabbage, I like bacon and cabbage. I like to put cabbage with steaks, with hamburger. I mean, I can make all kind of shit with cabbage. My son thinks it's the worst thing on earth. It stinks. It's all these things. So like, I cook it when he's not home. I'm like, dude, you're leaving on the weekends. I'm making myself some cabbage. One of my kids, he's the youngest. He's a gamer, uh, but I ain't. You spent $350 plus on a game? You mean like a video game? What kind of game you talking? I feel like I've paid Microsoft a whole bunch of money that they didn't deserve, but that's a whole different story. He's 18 now. He's on his own with that shit. I stopped eating fast food pretty much a long time ago. I managed one for years. Occasionally, I'll have my son stop and grab me something like a salad or something. I don't know. Not a whole lot, but occasionally I'll have him stop and get me something. Him and the grandson, they'll go to Chick-fil-A and things like that. But I just live so I'm done with some fast food. Cabbage is delicious fried. That's the way I like it. Fry it with some bacon. Good stuff. Good stuff. Let me double check the feed. Oh, wait, that's my live. No, that's not what I need to check. We know we're good. Still showing outside of the courthouse. What is this? This update from Lauren at True Crime. We watched it, so we pretty much know what the updates are. You know what I'm saying? Um, what in the world? Hmm. I simply don't understand some people on the internet. They want to be taken very seriously about certain things, and they get on and do jackass stuff. It's like I'm not understanding, so I'm just gonna have to click through here. I don't get it. Don't get it at all. Do you guys think Lori's gonna call her parents to the witness stand? Do you think she got her subpoenas out in time? We know she didn't get some subpoenas out in time. I don't think she's got much of a witness list to call. Yeah, I don't cook every day. Sometimes my son cooks, sometimes I do. Sometimes he's gotten good about letting me know like when they're not going to be home, because when I first moved in, I'm like, "Son, look, I'm expecting y'all home in the evenings. I'll be cooking." And I wasn't used to that because it was just like me before that. And so he's gotten good about letting me know when they're not going to be home. And sometimes we, like communicate like, "Hey, do you want to cook this? You want to cook?" I'll message him, "You want this for dinner?" And one of us will cook. Sometimes I'm like, "Yo, you guys are on your own and I'm on my own." It works out. Most of the time we cook together, but I've let him know this week's a washout. If you want anything special for dinner, you need to make it yourself. I'm not dealing with it. I'm busy. I'm hanging with my friends. I need easy suppers. I wish I had DoorDash close by. I would go broke ordering good food. When is the next Koberger hearing? Let's check, because they canceled the one that was coming up this week, which I thought they were going to, because the way it read of the case summary. And I checked earlier and we didn't have any new documents filed yet as of the other day. just some requests to redact and seal, which they did, which go figure. So let me scroll down to the bottom of the case summary and see what they got up next. What's changed on us here? Looks like they've got the court view back in room. Court view in now. Let's see. They canceled the hearing for the 16th, which would have been tomorrow. And the next one is a pretrial conference for 9 a.m. set over in May 15th. So we'll be covering that, obviously. Uh-oh, split screen here. Come on now. Let me get my feed back up because they're coming back into the courtroom. They got that same detective back on the stand, it looks like. What is taking forever? Come on, get up there. Okay, here we go.
Cell phones for Lori Vallow and Alex Cox.
Correct.
As well as incorporating some of the video that you had obtained from Burger King and the Walgreens.
That's right.
All right. We had attempted to see if you could control this from your location, but you were not able to, right?
Correct.
So I'm going to have you sort of tell me as we go through when to proceed to the next stop, okay?
Very good.
So on this first page, is this just describing for us the cell phones and the data, where you obtained the data from?
Correct.
Okay. Can you talk to us about what we're seeing here? What is this for?
Yes, so I tried to have a slide for each set of records incorporated into the presentation. These are records I was provided. It's not necessarily the case that every one of these things is depicted at some point in the presentation, but these are all the records that was provided, about this number ending in 5452. Throughout the presentation, I'll refer to most of the numbers by their last four digits. It's just easier than listing the whole thing out, and they all have unique last four. So the listed subscribers is listed there, and then also the contact name that was listed in the subscriber records, and then you can see what each of the files was, primarily CSV or XLSX files. These are spreadsheets like you would open in Excel.
Okay. Next.
Yep. Okay, there we are. This is the same title for a different phone number ending 9562. You'll notice this one is T-Mobile, and the way T-Mobile provided their records is a lot fewer spreadsheets. It just happens to be the case that Verizon tends to provide an awful lot of files. It's just the way they maintain their records, and we don't control that.
So some of them have records that one spreadsheet may include everything from calls to cell tower locations, and others they separate them all out.
Correct. Different businesses choose to keep their records different ways. We don't dictate it. We take what we're given and then we analyze that.
So this 9562 number is for Lori Vallow.
That's what the subscriber information listed, yes. And here we have the records related to a Verizon number ending 9120, listed subscriber, Mr. Alex Cox. This is again Verizon, so as you can see, we have that multiple number of spreadsheets in the manner that they tend to provide them.
And those are sort of the things that were on those thumb drives when we were talking about each exhibit?
Correct. And then this is going to represent the data extracted from Mr. Vallow's phone after the fact. This report that I incorporates only the locations logged by the device. There's other data on the phone that I don't address here.
Okay. And then you referred to the evidence item of the CH131035-001.
Yes.
And that's the impound number for that cell phone.
Yes, that's the Chandler PDSI number for that particular device from which the data was extracted. I mentioned some of this earlier, but again, I have it on the screen here representing that these are location data expressed as latitude-longitude pairs, as you would see in many other circumstances. Any given device may log them more frequently or less frequently, but we can examine the phone and see if they are present. And then for the data point marker, if you would click advance once, when it's represented on the screen, it's going to be represented as a dot with no particular radius, because the way that the device stored the location, it provides a latitude and a longitude, but it doesn't make any assertion as to what the error rate on that is. It just says, here's the latitude and longitude that the device recorded on this date at this time. As we go through and we're looking at location data inferred from cell site connections, you will see pins on the map, and they're color-coded because one of the easier ways for people to tell which thing we're looking at is what color it is. So you saw in the last slide, I had assigned the GPS location data the color of red. It's just as an arbitrary assignment. And then we have blue for one of the phone numbers attributed to Lori Vallow. We have purple for one of the other phone numbers attributed to Lori Vallow. We have green for the number attributed to Alex Cox. When you see these, those will be what they're associated with. And also, because that could be hard to remember, each slide that represents those records will have tabs up at the top to remind people of what they represent. We can advance, I think. This shape that you will see when we're dealing with cell site connections, this is a visual representation of what the estimated coverage area of a particular cell site would look like if you were above it looking down. So there's the way that the records are stored and the way that they're returned to us by the cell phone providers. They will indicate a date and a time a connection was made. They'll give sufficient information to identify the tower to which it connected and also the face of the tower. So cell phone towers have multiple faces that a device could connect to, and that's going to indicate a direction generally. And then one can estimate what the coverage area of that face of the tower might be, and that's represented on the map as an estimate of the device's likely location area.
So when we're talking about the cell phone itself giving you the GPS location, is that more specific than this cell tower data that you're receiving from the providers like Verizon and T-Mobile?
Yeah, so there's there's a distinction between precision and accuracy, right? So precision is how precisely the thing is defined. So what area? So when the GPS location data says this exact latitude and longitude to some number of decimal places was logged at this time, that's very precise. That doesn't mean it has to be very accurate, but it does mean it's quite precise. What you will see when these devices are connecting to cell towers is you're going to see relatively large areas where the device is inferred to have been. It likely was in that area. This is different because the device didn't record this location. The provider recorded that on this date, at this time, this mobile device connected to this tower on this face, and we know or are able to determine the approximate coverage areas of those towers. But it's not more precise than that. It's a much more general area. This is another representation of that shape. So this shape is derived by people in the industry by testing the way that these antennas work in what's called an anechoic chamber, which is a fancy word for a room that's designed to reduce the interference with the propagation of radio waves. So if this represents what a coverage area might look like under lab conditions, one thing to keep in mind is that the real world basically never mirrors lab conditions. This is an estimated area where you would expect an antenna to likely have coverage. And that's what it's represented for. And then if you click forward, it just shows the direction the antenna face was pointing. If you are looking at one of these shapes on the map, then that center line is what's known as the azimuth, which is essentially just the angle at which that face of the tower was recorded to have been facing.
So you're not able to tell us within this area where the cell phone may have been located?
Not without a different type of data or a separate corroboration. It's to say that the likely coverage area where the device likely was is somewhere in that red shaded area.
And so when you talked about trying to use other sources to verify this, we talked about Charles Vallow's phone and looking at the GPS data, for instance, with the Walgreens. Are you doing the same thing with the cell tower?
Yes, that's correct. It's with any of the data that we're given that asserts to represent the location of a person or of a device. One of the first things one wants to ask is, okay, well, how reliable is that, and what ways can we determine if it's reliable? And so in all instances, I'm looking to see other corroboration that that location data appears to be accurate. This is an example of what the mapping will look like that you'll see throughout this. So this is just a section taken from a slide that was generated, and I put it up front so you can see in advance what it's likely to look like at different points. So if you click forward, this is going to represent in Google Earth Pro, they have this timeline slider bar that allows one to interact with what time it is. So up top, that should be visible, and there'll also be notation, and it'll show approximately when the events depicted on the screen took place, and it'll be a range. It can be widened or narrowed as needed. And if you'll click forward. So as we just discussed, the estimated location for the device ending 9120 would be somewhere in that green shaded area. And if you'll click forward. The iPhone, which was recording its locations as pinpoints, those are all expanded out, but you see how the lines all draw to the same approximate place. That means that for a period of time, it was in a same location, and when one clicks on it, they all balloon out to show that they're all tied back to that same place. So you would expect the iPhone to be in the area where those all tie together, and if one zooms in, you get a more precise look at that. And then if you click forward, then the estimated location for 5452, somewhere in the lavender shaded area, you'll notice that they're sized differently. This size is an estimate based on cell phone tower density. It can vary by provider, and it can vary by the area, because as a general rule, cell phones seek the strongest connection that they have available to them. So when the device connects to the tower, that tower's area may be greater if there is less density of cell towers around, and it may be smaller if there's more density. And then the last thing is a reminder of what those tabs up top are for. Those are just to help a viewer keep track of what they're seeing on the screen.
All right. So you told us that you mapped just July 11th of 2019, correct?
Correct. So this animation is showing location data derived from the cell phones. You'll see the tab up top reminding you what the color coding means. And it shows the True by Hilton 1950 South Santan Village Parkway, and that the location data is in that area in the early morning hours and also in a few areas nearby, but then returns to that area.
I don't know why I did that. Hold on. So we're looking, you have 716, Charles' iPhone is in the area of the True Hilton, so this is AM, correct?
Yeah, so it's, and forgive me, I'm going to use military time because it's what we do, but 0000 is midnight through 716. This animation covers that range of time, and it's playing through what the locations do as one scrolls through that time, including that they end and the True by Hilton. These can be somewhat graphically intensive.
Okay. So as you're continuing through the morning, you continue mapping the GPS of Charles's phone?
Yes, so
I don't know why it's doing this. Okay.
we may need a different machine.
May need to what?
A different machine. Okay, this time frame that you saw depicted partially is showing that from 716 to 731, all the individual recorded locations describe a path, and that path leads from the True Hilton along major roadways generally, and then comes at around 731 to the area of 5531 South Four Peaks Place. And then it goes slightly past that to 737, which marks the last outgoing communication sent by the device before the shooting is known to have occurred.
We'll keep trying this one, and if it messed up again, I'll switch to the other one.
All right.
So just so we know, when was the 911 call?
The 911 call was at 8:36.
So at 7:37, you see the last outgoing communication. That's a text message sent by the phone.
Correct. This is advancing from 7:37 to 7:49 and showing those various location hits in the general area of the Four Peaks Place house. And then at about 7:50, which as it notes is 45 minutes before the call would be made to 911, the device leaves the area. And then it zooms out and it shows that it is 7:52, which is about 43 minutes before the call will be made to 911. The device associated with Alex Cox, specifically the 9120 device, makes an outgoing call to the 9562 device associated with Ms. Lori Vallow.
All right, so we see the little house icon is the residence where the shooting occurred, correct?
Correct.
And we see Lori Vallow's phone at this point at 9:52 utilizing a cell tower that is overlaps some, but it appears to be away from the residence.
Yes, so the pin is the location of the cell tower that is being connected to in each of these cases. So yes, one would notice that the cell tower being serviced for Ms. Vallow's device is a bit farther to the north in this case.
And then you said that there is a call from Alex Cox's cell phone to Lori Vallow's cell phone?
That's correct. So we've added on the map the location of the Burger King at 2865 East Ocotillo Road, and you can see the red dots again representing the GPS locations from Charles Vallow's phone, arriving at around that time. So we're looking from 7:53 to 7:56, and the device is at or near where that Burger King is located.
And so when you went to Burger King, let me ask this. The prior map that we saw, did that cell tower cover the area of where this Burger King was or is?
It may have. The thing is, all these locations are estimates, so it's in the area. It likely covered it, yes.
Did you then utilize that video that we talked about to confirm that Charles Vallow's phone showing in this area appeared to match the SUV as well as Ms. Vallow being there?
Yes, it appears to match this visit to the Burger King, which we are now seeing. This is the video that I recovered from the Burger King.
All right, so this was a video that, so you could identify the vehicle and at least see the license plate on that?
Correct.
And as you watched it, this one doesn't depict the, or you can't see the driver on this video, right?
Right, there's another view coming up.
Okay. So this one just shows us hands going in and out?
It does. It shows the view showing the vehicle. This is one of the views that they have of their drive-through.
So if we forward to the next slide,
Yes,
we will see from the inside the service of.
correct. So this is their drive-through window view. Again at 7:54. Bless you.
And so did this appear to match the receipt that you had received?
This did appear to match the receipt, and this I was told as well, and that document was associated with this transaction.
So the time matched up as well as what they appear to be purchasing
Correct.
from the video?
Correct.
Now, in this video, were you able to see if there was someone in the back seat?
I can't particularly tell if there's someone in the back seat.
So you could tell there was a passenger, though?
Front seat passenger, yes. All right, so we see the vehicle pulling away. It's almost 7:56 according to their timestamp. We can now advance. This video as well is going to show at about 7:56 as the vehicle leaves from that view at the drive-through.
So again, we're seeing that the times that are documented on Charles's phone seem to appear with what you're looking at from other independent sources.
That's correct. So here we have the location data from Mr. Vallow's iPhone is now moving north. You see those few hits that are rendered in red. That's from 7:56 to 8:06. So that's the time that the vehicle just left and going forward 10 minutes. And then at 8:06, there is this outgoing call from Alex Cox's device to Lori Vallow's device. And you can see the service area for Ms. Vallow's device has also moved north to an area that covers the same area where you see those red data points for Mr. Vallow's iPhone.
So now it's clear that from the mapping that Charles Vallow's phone, the GPS data appears to be in the general area of where Lori Vallow's cell phone is utilizing a cell tower.
That's correct.
And Alex Cox's phone appears to be utilizing a cell tower in the area of the residence at 5531 South Four Peaks.
That's correct.
Then we have a phone call at 8:06. At this time, has 911 been called?
Nope. This location data now goes to an area where there is a Walgreens in Chandler. This is, again, location data for Mr. Vallow's phone. And then it goes north and west to a different Walgreens. This Walgreens at 785 South Cooper Road is the one from which I eventually obtained video. And we see it's arriving around 8:16 in the morning.
Did you go to that other Walgreens?
I did not go to that other Walgreens.
Did you call them?
I did not.
So you picked the right one. You called this Walgreens. Were you able to see that the phone was there for a while?
Yes.
And did that give you a clue that this was the Walgreens that might have some relevant information?
More likely, correct.
So we see those red dots again identified as Charles Vallow's iPhone, the GPS data that was extracted from it. And we see that his phone is in that area around 8:08.
Well, it moves to that area. So at 8:08, it was at the one on Lindsay. And then from 8:08 to 8:17, it moves up to the one on Cooper. And that's where we are now, is at around 8:17.
And we can tell that from the up on the left-hand corner.
The slider up top. Yep.
Okay. So then you went to that Walgreens after you confirmed and you obtained video from them?
That's right.
And is this the video?
This is the video. You can see the timestamp at 8:16 as she walks in. And then I think we can advance to the next. So these are just multiple views that they had. The video at the door was motion activated, so I don't control when it starts or ends. Those are the clips that they had.
So she's buying 2 pairs of flip-flops.
As indicated in the receipt. So you'll see on their timestamp, we're now up to 8:20, and the transaction is completed. Yeah, I think we can go to the next slide. All right, so this shows now a time span from 8:17 to 8:33. You see that the next location hits move over to Lawrence Life Academy at 8:33 at 1305 South Gilbert Road. So this is a couple minutes before the 911 call, and then we see the 911 call depicted in that coverage area in the green towards the bottom of the screen, and it shows 8:35 and 54 seconds is when the outgoing 911 call is placed. It shows that number there to 911, indicating that the call is outgoing from the 9120 number associated with Mr. Alex Cox. And the last location data that we see in this time span for Mr. Vallo's iPhone is up by the Gilbert and Ray area.
So where we see that red dot is where Lawrence Life Academy is, or in the general area of that.
Correct.
And then we see that still back at the residence at 5531 South Four Peaks is Alex Cox's cell phone, and this is when he finally makes the 911 call at 8:35.
That's correct. This is an excerpt from the Chandler Police Department's CAD report in this manner, showing the call received and connected at 8:36 and 21 seconds. And this is specifically relative to this case. You can see our report number in the first line of text entered by the call taker.
And is that, again, to verify that phone call you're seeing occurring on Alex Cox's phone records matches up with what is being received?
Exactly. And then here at 8:49, we would see, looking at the location data on Mr. Vallo's phone, it's moving south, and that it's about at 8:49 that it arrives in the neighborhood at 5531 South Four Peaks Place, rather, and specifically on that street. So just looking at the data, you would expect the device has now arrived in the area of the house at about 8:49.
Now, you told us that this GPS data, that you have no control over when a phone is documenting that. So it's not like every minute or every 5 minutes that it does that.
Correct.
You're just given the data you're given. That's when it marked again that where it was.
Correct.
Did you then, again, to try to confirm that this is, in fact, his phone is back in the area by looking to body cam footage to show the arrival of Lori Vallo and Tylee Ryan?
Correct. So one way of corroborating if the device is traveling with her and if it arrives at about the same time, our body cameras are all time stamped. The officer happened to be wearing his upside down, so I'll fix that for you in a moment on this slide, but you can see the time stamp there. And if we advance, I highlight a couple of things about this slide. I highlight the sandals. I invert the timestamp so you can read it properly, and I do the conversion because it's in Zulu time, which is Greenwich Mean Time, which is always 7 hours ahead of Arizona. So you have to do a little conversion to get to 8:48 in the morning.
Okay. So that, again, matches with the GPS data from Charles Vallo's phone showing that his phone was now back on scene.
Correct.
Now, you continued to track the phone for the day.
Yes, so this shows the time span 8:49 to 9. The phone is near the Four Peaks house, as was Alex Cox's device. Advancing a little bit, we see that now Alex's device is up in the area of the Chandler Police Department, and another way that I can check that that appears to be accurate is that I know that he was transported there at about that time.
All right, so we saw, before this went purple, that Lori Vallo's cell phone and Alex Cox's cell phone were in the area of the 5531 South Four Peaks.
Yes.
Along with Charles's iPhone.
Yes.
And then we see movement of Alex's phone to the Chandler Police Department.
Yes, that area where it was at the end of the slide before the animation overpowered the machine was showing a coverage area that includes the Chandler Police Department.
So what are we seeing here then?
Okay, this is just advancing forward through the day, so showing that if you go to the noon hour, then between 12:13 and 12:36, the device moves up to an area by Santan Village Parkway in the 202. And then there is a tower connection with Ms. Vallo's device ending in 9562, showing that device is also in an area served by that tower.
So in this time frame then of 12:30, we see both Charles Vallo's cell phone GPS data and Lori Vallo's cell phone utilizing a cell tower in the area of Santan.
Yes, that's right. So this is again showing the trail of those location data points moving forward in time as Charles Vallo's device is moving roughly east. And you can see also connections made by Lori Vallo's phone and by Alex Cox's phone in similar areas at similar time frames until we get to a point where the device arrives at this house at 1658 East Shari Street in Santan, which I understand to be Mr. Alex Cox's residence at the time.
All right, so the address of 1658 East Shari Street in Santan was Mr. Cox's residence. And now at 1:40 or so, 1:30 to 1:40, we're talking about Charles Vallo's phone sending GPS data that it's in that area.
Yes, that's correct. So now looking at 1342 to 1407, so that's 1:42 to 2:07 p.m. You see multiple tower hits from both of Lori's devices, and you also see persistent GPS location data from Mr. Vallo's device in that same area. Specifically, this call that you're seeing now in the lavender is known to be a call made to Detective Inkland's desk phone.
All right, so we have Lori Vallo in the area of utilizing a cell tower in the area of her brother Alex's house, along with Charles Vallo's iPhone being in that area of his house.
Correct.
And then we see a call to Detective Inkland's desk phone by Ms. Vallo.
That's correct.
And were you aware that Detective Inkland had called Lori to ask them to return to the scene?
I was aware of that.
Were you actually at the scene?
At that time, I don't think so.
Okay. You were there earlier.
That's correct.
So,
No, I'm going to correct that. I was there at that time.
okay. You were still at the
I
scene?
was still at the scene at that time, yes.
2 o'clock.
Yes.
All right, so this next map or slide that we see, what is this time frame we're seeing?
Okay, so this advances just a little bit. So it's 1409 to 1418. Again, we still see red location hits for Mr. Vallo's iPhone. We still see blue for Ms. Vallo's 9562 number. And we see this lavender one come up for her 5452 number. It's an outgoing call to a particular phone number that I know to be associated with the Valley of the Sun mortuary. If you advance to the next slide.
Maybe.
Oh, now you can advance. I was just highlighting the number. This is that same number on their website.
So at 2, go back, at 2:18, Lori
Correct.
Vallo is calling the Valley of the Sun mortuary.
Yes. So here we advance this area. This is going up closer to 243. You'll see location data for the iPhone starts trending westward and is eventually going to arrive again in the area of 5531 South Four Peaks. That's at about 3:11 p.m. when it arrives in that area.
Now, you indicate in one of the icons up there that from 209 to 243, or 1409 to 1443, that You also had noted Lori's, both of her phones associated with her, the Verizon and T-Mobile, as well as Alex's Verizon phone, were initially in the area of Alex's house in Santan, and that's sort of throughout that time period, you're saying?
Correct.
And then we see initially Charles's GPS coming back to the residence at 5531 South Fort Peaks and arriving there around 2:43.
Arriving there around 3:11. Yep, correct.
So we know that because we have to again look at the slide up at the top. That's when it arrives there.
Correct.
After that, did you become aware that Charles Vallow's cell phone was handed over to Detective Enclan?
I did.
And then presented to someone later in your forensics unit to download, extract, so that you could use it for instance, this.
Correct. It was assigned that item number I listed earlier in the report, and then it was submitted for extraction, and that's how I eventually obtained that location data that you've just seen.
Did you look at any other days to do GPS data?
I did not.
Was this day looked at because you were trying to see what was going on with both Miss Vallow, Alex Cox, as well as Charles, and later just his phone?
Yes, specifically, we initially had concerns about the timeline I was initially asked to look at, and I looked at it at that time, noting those issues, which led to recovery of video and things. Is not primarily my case. I was
Ladies and gentlemen, phones need to stay off or you will be asked to leave the courtroom.
as it's not primarily my case, beyond that, I would have done whatever else I was asked to do, but I wasn't asked to look at other days in this case.
So ultimately, what you determined was that the timeline of Lori Vallow leaving when the 911 call was and returning back was not accurate.
Yes, as I understood, based on, again, the multiple different ways now that we're able to corroborate location not only of devices that are relevant, because we knew at this point that she had Charles's phone, we knew numbers for her phones, we have video of her at various places, it led to the inescapable conclusion that either the shooting did not happen that close in time to the 911 call, or that she wasn't there for the shooting. I could not see a third way of interpreting that data.
Thank you. I have no other questions for this witness.
All right, cross.
Detective Werther, you had submitted a report on 12/26/2019, is that correct?
That sounds correct.
And have you had a chance to review that at all before your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. So you found some interestingly contrasting things in your report that you reported on that date. You made a note of his daily text message of love and devotion to me. Do you remember that?
I do not.
Okay. Then you also made a note of his interactions with women he was attempting to date. Is that correct?
I do remember that.
Okay. Detective Werther, in your report on page 103, you indicate that Charles went to the airport to meet Florence Hughes and found that she never boarded. Is that correct?
Hold on.
Check to relevance.
What's the relevance of that?
It's just in his report, Your Honor, and I was just going over it to see if...
Well, everything in a police report isn't necessarily relevant. Well, how's it relevant to this case?
It's relevant to show what was going on in this, right before this happened. These events happened within June and July.
All right, it's the objection sustained.
Did you learn who Florence Hughes was?
And I'm going to object again to relevance.
Sustained.
In your report, Detective, you find evidence that Charles did in fact send someone $1,000.
And I would object to relevance again.
Sustained.
And I would object to relevance to all of these types of questions.
When you had, what was your role in going through the data from the phone, from my husband's phone?
So primarily I went through the location data because of the concerns we had about timeline. I know I went through other data associated with other accounts, but I don't believe I specifically went through the phone extraction outside of the location data.
Okay. But in your report, you made a lot of notes to these things, but that wasn't what you were looking for? You just happened upon it? How did that happen?
So there are things found, I think many of those may be related to a Google account. And yes, as certain things were being accomplished as a team, sometimes you'll task out and say, would you look through this to see what you find that may be relevant? And it isn't always clear up front in an investigation what's going to be relevant. So when I see communications between people without knowing the full story, particularly when I'm not the primary case agent, I may note things because I want to make sure the case agent knows of them so he or she can decide if that's a thing that needs to be pursued further. And if they think it is, then they can ask me or someone else, or they can do it themselves. But that would be why some of those things are documented.
Okay. And you wrote them in your report because you thought they might be relevant?
Yes, not knowing the full case, I noted things like that that may be relevant.
And that would need to go to the case agent so he could decide if those were relevant or not as well?
Correct. The case agent has much fuller information, particularly as a long-term investigation goes on. As somebody who's just helping out with certain tasks, it's not always obvious to you what things are going to be relevant to the person who knows the entirety of the case.
So you mentioned in your report that on July 10th, there was a scheduled phone date with Nancy Jo Hancock, is that correct?
I think I did indicate that in my report, yes.
Okay. And then on the next day, there was another date scheduled with a Jennifer Gilbert at 12 o'clock?
That sounds correct.
And then the next day, there was another date scheduled with a Juliet at 10 a.m.?
And obviously trying to smear the victim.
All right, the objection sustained.
Detective, did you find searches for these dates for my husband back
Hold
to?
on.
If we can do a sidebar.
Sustained.
This is a different question,
No,
Your Honor.
whether he went on dates or had dates scheduled is not relevant to this case. Ask another question. You can ask about the date of the person that testified the night before because that person was in here and had some relevant information. But other than that, any of these other questions are not relevant.
Detective, you talked about going with Detective Moffett to the hotel room where you found my husband's laptop. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. And then was also his iPad in there?
I believe so.
And then you said some suitcases?
Correct.
Maybe his briefcase was like a rolling suitcase?
It may have been. We may be describing the same thing differently. I didn't personally inventory the items. I helped to package them and take them back to the station.
Okay. So when you got there, does that stuff go in evidence bags? I mean, how does that work when you got to the hotel room? Can you walk us through that?
Sure. There are different ways that one could do it. Pardon me. If the crime had occurred at the hotel room, it might be done in a different way. In this case, just clearing out someone's hotel room instead of unpacking everything there and searching through all of it in the hotel room and then repacking it all there. Sometimes it's much more appropriate to take the items as they are, seal them up, take them back to the station, and impound them where they can be dealt with later as needed. So that's what we did in this case.
And then so with the electronic devices, were they off already or were they on? How did that work out?
I didn't check the condition of them, but I also didn't alter the condition of them.
So nobody got on there and opened it up or anything to see if it was powered on or not?
I did not do that.
Okay. And it was just you and Detective Moffett in there, is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. So after you collect all those things and then you take them with you to go to evidence, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And so how long about do you think that you were there at that hotel room?
I no longer recall exactly how long we were there.
And then is someone documenting that? Like as you're putting together things, someone's writing down what that is? What you're taking?
Oh, writing down what the items are, yes. We do document what the items are that we're taking, typically by, at the station, entering that into our report management system where they're assigned numbers like the one that you saw for the cell phone earlier. And then an evidence continuity begins when they're submitted to the property and evidence unit.
And then was there anything left in there that wasn't taken? I mean, just kind of clear out all of his things?
Anything left in the room?
Correct.
I do not believe we left anything in the room.
Okay. So then all of the things were taken into custody, and that was the end of your association with them?
That's right.
Okay. But you were instrumental in delivering them, is that correct?
Yes, I assisted in packaging and delivering them, yes.
And that was just you and Detective Moffett?
Yes, that's right.
In the course of your investigation, Detective, did you become aware of the $2 million life insurance policy Charles had on me?
I'm not aware of that.
In the course of your investigation with my husband's phone, did you come across the threatening text messages from him to me?
I don't believe I saw text message content from his phone. From the phone, I restricted what I was looking at to the location data I had been given. So I'm not aware of contents of the phone.
Okay. And then, Detective, what was your role back at the house at Four Peaks Place? Approximately what time did you arrive and then leave the scene?
I arrived, it's indicated in my report, and I wouldn't want to hazard a guess because I don't recall, but I remained at the scene essentially, as mentioned, to shadow and observe the way these investigations are conducted. I know I was still there when the medical examiner arrived. I know I was still there when Mr. Cox came back, but exactly what time I left, I do not know.
Okay. And you mentioned you were shadowing Detective Kuntz, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did you stay with him the whole time?
Yes.
And so you just kind of helped him doing what he was doing?
Yes, and I'm not confident how much I was there helping as much as observing. I didn't actually perform any particular tasks while I was there because, again, I was not on the team yet.
So you were observing mostly?
Mostly.
And then did you take notes while you were observing or just
I did not.
physical with the eyes?
I was just there to observe, yeah.
Okay. You had mentioned that you had called me on July 12th, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And that I had told you that I had when you asked me about information about JJ's school, I gave that to you, correct?
Correct.
And then I told you that I had the hotel key, is that correct?
Correct.
And you indicated that you'd send someone over to pick it up.
Well, yes,
Correct.
I said I would check with the case agent, and that's probably what would happen.
And then, so did you contact Detective Moffett and discuss that with him?
I did.
And then he sent you over to the house to get it?
Well, we agreed to go together. Oh, to the house, I'm sorry.
Oh, to come pick up the card key?
Yes, I think we agreed that I would go do that, yes.
Okay, what about time was that? Was that on the 12th?
It was on the 12th. It's in my report. I think it was the 2 o'clock hour.
Okay. And then you weren't with Detective Moffett at that time?
I was not.
And then when did you guys actually go to the hotel to pick up that stuff?
We went right after that.
Oh, it was immediate?
Yes.
How long, Detective, did you analyze all this data before you did your report?
Well, that could be a complicated question because initially I only looked at the location data I had been provided. And initially we were only dealing with the location data from Mr. Vallo's phone. And then I wasn't heavily involved in the investigation after that point. As I recall, I was actually out of town some, and so I wasn't heavily involved. And then if you advance to some years later when I had learned more how to interpret cell phone records, and those cell phone records still existed, I was asked to look at them and to incorporate them into an overall analysis. So that now we're talking about something that occurred several years later. And the exact amount of time I spent doing that, I don't know exactly how long that would have been. I still did restrict my analysis to just that one calendar day.
In the first place, and then you got more data later?
I know there is more data, but I have not gone through and done a thorough analysis of all of the data that has been assembled over the course of whatever time frame has been determined to be relevant in this case. I was asked to look at the day of the event.
Okay. But you had other data in this report that was dated 12/26, is that correct?
Yeah, that seems right.
How long before that 12/26 report did you spend compiling data? That's kind of my question, like weeks or months or just a few days?
I'm not sure I fully understand that question. So if this is what you're asking, when you write, for example, a search warrant to an internet service provider, let's say for somebody's Google or for something similar to that, once you send that, you just have to wait. And at some point they give it back to you. And then once they give it back to you, you go through it and you see what's contained in that. You save it to the side as evidence, and then you create a copy so you can go through that. And that's what I did. The amount of time I spent doing that, that's not something that we log.
Okay. But your report goes from, I guess, Bates page 88 to 105, so about 8 pages worth of data, yeah? Say?
I'm not sure, is that a question?
Or maybe it was even longer. Did you go to Lawrence Life Academy at any point?
I did not.
And were you able to identify JJ in the front seat of the car at the Burger King?
I wouldn't say that I can definitely identify him.
But you indicate possible juvenile with short dark hair in front passenger seat. Is that correct?
That's what I was able to see on the video.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
When you went to the True Hilton Hotel and picked up all of Charles Vallow's personal property, did you ever review anything from his laptop? Were you provided with extractions from his laptop that you reviewed?
I think I was at one point provided that, yes.
Did you use any of that data from the laptop in creating your PowerPoint?
No,
Did you review anything, any extractions from his iPad?
I don't believe I reviewed the iPad.
So obviously, did you use that in your PowerPoint?
No.
In your understanding, why were you only asked to look at the day of July 11th of 2019?
My understanding specifically was because we were looking at the very significant to us fact that the timelines that we had been told appeared to be inaccurate. The purpose of what I looked at was to examine whether that inaccuracy was supported by or refuted by various different types of location data, video data, other evidence. And again, that's specifically what I looked at, is does it appear that this device, as I had been told, was actually traveling with Miss Vallow, or does it not appear to be the case? And doesn't matter to me what the outcome was, but as you can see, there are indications that it was. Beyond that, if someone had asked me, oh, well, now there's some relevant question we want you to look at an expanded timeline for, I would have been happy to do so, but I was not asked to do that in this case.
So were you trying to determine whether or not it was accurate if you had not or been advised that the shooting occurred just before 911 was called?
Correct.
And did what you learned match up with that?
No, again, as I said, I will say that the device has clearly departed the scene well before the 911 call and does not return until after the 911 call. The distances make it entirely implausible that the device went all that way that quickly, plus the timestamps are logged prior to the event. And so again, I could see only two possible interpretations. Either the shooting happened much earlier than we were told, or the device and the person bearing it, which I understand to be Ms. Vallow, left well before the shooting occurred. I don't see a third option.
Thank you. No other questions?
Are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I don't see any. Sir, you can step down.
Thank you.
All right, members of the jury, I've been informed that a witness that was scheduled for this afternoon has become ill and would not be able to appear this afternoon. So we're going to break early for the day. The schedule for the rest of the week will be 10:30 to 4:30 for Wednesday and Thursday. So plan on 10:30 to 4:30 for both of those days. You're free to go for the rest of the day. Please remember the admonition. We'll see you tomorrow at 10:30 a.m.
All right, jury.
Wow. So we got 2 witnesses in today, and that was it. Wow, where was Lori going with that cross-examination of Detective Werther? I was like, oh my God, lady, can you stop it already? Yeah. Wow.
Anything else before we recess from the state?
Oh. They hot mic'd it and then took it away. Haha. It's great to see her clueless, right? Well, she's floundering. She's asking questions about things she should be asking about, but I don't think she's understanding why she should be even asking them. You know what I mean? I think she's got a hard understanding. So Miss Shorty was telling us that they have seated a jury in the Karen Reed case. Yay! Are you still going to do a recap tonight, Miss Shorty, and give us some sort of update or anything like that going on we can look forward to? I'll be over there if you do. I guess 10:30 to 4:30 is going to be the schedule going forward for this week. I'll set tomorrow's live up this evening, tonight sometime, and get it out there so you guys can get the notification on, and we'll get back at it tomorrow. We had Miss Shorty's link in the chat earlier. You guys go over there and turn your notifications on so we can keep up with all things Miss Shorty. Joe, let's get Joe in here as well. He always does their recaps he's been doing with Trial TV. Yeah, that's his name, Trial TV. That they're doing at night over there. They may do it a little bit early tonight, considering they're out of court early. It seems like last time they got out of court early, they ended up something. Oh, come on, pop up notifications. You're all in my way. I think they went early once before because they got out of court early, so I don't know. All I can do is tell you to keep an eye on what's going on over there. Here we go. Now I'm back. There we go. There's Joe's, and we got Miss Shorty's in there. Didn't I drop Shorty's in there? Where'd he go? I feel like I don't even see it now. Let me get Shorty's in there, guys, again, one more time, in case you missed it from earlier. Go over there and check things out. That way, if she does end up going live this evening, you can go over and hang out. And there we go with that. Oops. Now, there we go with that. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to let you all go for the day. I appreciate you coming in not once but twice with me today so far. Yeah, I know that one this morning was a little quick, so if you want to go back and review that again, go ahead. I'm going to probably have more to say about that over the weekend at some point. We'll see how things go. So until then, I'll see you guys in the morning for our Day 7 of the Lori Vallow trial. Until then, I'll probably catch you over at Miss Shorty's tonight if she's live. Probably see you at Joe's for a little bit if he's live. I'll see you when I see you. All right, everybody, have a good night. Thank you so much for being here today, being a part of the conversation. That's what I appreciate. Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe and follow.